All right. Oh, wow. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Susan asked me to get things started this morning. So, again, welcome. My name's Chris Thompson. I'm with Virginia Housing, and I'm here to welcome you to the third Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit. I appreciate having a few moments to get things started today. I'm supposed to give kind of a PSA, a plug for Virginia Housing, but we are going to be on the agenda later today. You will hear plenty from us. We're outside at the exhibit area as well. So I wanted to actually just take a few minutes and reflect back on some personal experience. So I checked this morning, and I grew up 65 miles from here in Lynchburg, Virginia. And growing up there, things were a lot different. My parents used to plan trips to Danville because Riverside Drive was booming. There were far more entertainment and shopping options here than in Lynchburg. So we came down here a lot. And I know that things have changed over time, and the landscape evolved, and there were some challenging times. But here today, this is a symbol, kind of a witness of how those times have started to change once again, and we're seeing so much more positive traction and positive things happening around the region. And so, reflecting back on my experiences as well, so I started working in 2000 at the Department of Housing and Community Development, and I know there's some folks here today. I think I saw Joanne Pearman walk in, so she can relate very well to these experiences as well. So we used to come down here a lot, and we did projects with the counties, a lot of neighborhood revitalization, housing rehab projects. We worked over in places like Stewart and Martinsville, doing some downtown revitalization projects, and also did a lot of just economic development initiatives, everything from some site development, Main Street initiatives, and more. But all of that work was very localized, kind of independent to the individual localities. And what's been just such a great phenomenon is over the past few years, that whole mindset, that whole model has started to shift. And now there's this real cohesiveness and this regional effort, this collaboration that has just been really amazing to witness. I can say, as part of my job, I get to bounce around to all the different parts of Virginia. So it's no surprise that, as we're going to different communities, whether it's, down in the coal fields of Southwest Virginia, out on the Eastern Shore, Northern Virginia, everywhere we go, housing is at the top of the conversation. It is a priority for everyone. But what I can say is that we hold what's happening here up as a model for what's being done right. I mean, we are seeing jobs come in, you're seeing housing come into fruition, seeing a lot of private investment, and it's just been really amazing to watch. And kind of a testament to that, a couple of weeks ago there was a large annual conference, Virginia Municipal League, and we asked Susan to come down and be part of a panel to talk about all the really cool things that are happening here. And then just last week, I was out in Warsaw, out on the Northern Neck, Middle Peninsula area, talking to a lot of communities about housing and the struggles they're having. And one of them just said, point blank, what is working? And without hesitation, I said, Southern Virginia is working. You need to come down there, and in fact, you should really make it a priority to come down to the Housing Summit to see this collective action that is taking place. So I just, again, want to give a shout out to all of those who've been a catalyst in bringing this together, really changing the mindset and changing how things operate in this area. So I'm going to just conclude by saying, normally as a sponsor, we get thanked for our sponsorship. But I would like to kind of turn that around and say, we appreciate being invited to be part of this journey. It has been, again, a great partnership. We have done so much with all of the communities and look forward to doing more of that. And with that, I'll just say again, welcome to the third Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit. You've got a really packed agenda today, great speakers, a lot of great information. Please do take some time to go through the exhibit areas. You've got a lot of wonderful examples of what's going on out here from developers, investors, and funders. And also just take the opportunity to get to know people outside of your tables. There's a great networking opportunity. So with that, I'm going to turn the podium over to Andrew Palmer, Vice President of Lester Properties. Thank you.
Good morning. It's nice to see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd today. I'm going to take a few moments to discuss the Lester Group and our real estate holdings and business activities across the Commonwealth of Virginia and introduce our next speaker. The Lester Group has been committed to housing development since our company was founded in 1896, and we are diversified with 6 building supply stores that are stretched across the state of Virginia. Our company consists of Lester Building Supply, a Jim Carpenter company, which is located in Spotsylvania County, Taylor Brothers in Lynchburg, New River Valley Building Supply in Christiansburg. Our Lester Properties portfolio stretches across West Virginia, Virginia, and North Carolina. We have 21,000 acres of forest lands, and we operate the building supply in Manassas, and we have a building supply located in Williamsburg called Custom Builder Supply. We are also in the door manufacturing business. We have a door manufacturing facility in Fredericksburg, and we're in the process of opening up a new location in Atlanta, Georgia. The building supply division I just mentioned is stretched across 6 locations across the Commonwealth of Virginia, and here's photos, aerials of our 6 locations. In Martinsville, Lester Building Supply supplied the materials for this new build in Martinsville. Jim Carpenter Company, located in Spotsylvania County, supplied the materials for Boone Homes that built this house. Building Supply of Manassas in Northern Virginia supplied the materials to build this home for Whitestone Homes. Classic Homes and this Building Supply of Manassas provide the materials for this new build. This is a photo of our new location for Fortress Door Company. As I mentioned, we've been operating Fortress Door in Fredericksburg, and we have a new location that will be up and operating by December, located in Atlanta, Georgia. In Blacksburg, we're in the process of developing a subdivision. We have 16 lots. These are all full custom-built homes. The building supply located in Christiansburg, New River Valley Building Supply, supplies the materials. And this is a custom-built home that we just wrapped up back in May. And then the Lester Group, as I mentioned before, we're stretched across the Commonwealth of Virginia, and here's our different locations that we have, with our main office being located in Martinsville. With that being said, it is my honor for our first session of the morning begins with Sherry Armstrong, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Community Foundation for Greater Richmond, which helps to lead and leverage collective action that will further develop a vibrant region where all individuals and families can prosper. Armstrong has dedicated her entire career and long-term work which is required to build stronger, more equitable communities. Prior to joining the Community Foundation in 2015, she enjoyed 26 years in various leadership roles with United Way at the local and national level. Armstrong's commitment to a stronger region extends to her service on several community boards, including Grow Capital Jobs, Chamber RVA, the Forum Club, Venture Richmond, and 757 RVA Partnership. She holds a bachelor's degree in public relations from West Virginia University and remains a faithful fan of her hometown Mountaineers. In her free time, she enjoys running, hiking, live music, and traveling. Ms. Armstrong will be sharing the Greater Richmond's area story about how they are working together as a strong partnership to address economic mobility and housing. Let's welcome Sherry Armstrong.
Well, good morning. This is quite a big group, and it's wonderful to be here. And I want to thank Susan and others for giving me the opportunity to come and be part of your summit. Before I jump into the work, I just want to say that housing affordability and quality housing has become one of my passions over the last several years. I'm really proud to say that the Community Foundation has really honed its focus in this area. And I would say over the last 7 years, with all of the resources we have within the foundation, upward of $15 million probably going into affordable housing as well as wraparound services and supports for families. So it's become a big focus for us, and I think what we've realized along the way is that philanthropy is just one leg of the stool, and it's not an easy fix with just philanthropic dollars, and it takes a lot of public-private partnership and resources. So that, along with a couple other issues I'm passionate about, early childhood education, workforce development, jobs, all of those things to me kind of came together to say we as a region have this real opportunity to galvanize in a different way and really meet the needs to learn how we actually lean into strong public-private partnerships. So it's kind of in that context I'm here to talk to you today. Let me get sort of the slide up and just sort of talk to you about Richmond's an interesting place. Many of you know Richmond, know the Richmond region, and this, we certainly have an urban center, but we also have many surrounding counties that are more rural. And so it's an interesting dynamic when you're really trying to work together to address issues, because we also have very strong local governments and local jurisdictions that do really good work within their own localities. And so regional cooperation, sometimes we do it really well, and other times it's really hard to get at that and get at the hard things, which I'm sure you all experience, but it sounds like you're really making some headway in housing in this region, and I think that's really important. So during the pandemic, as with anything, the other thing I think with Richmond is it tends to ride the tide in the highs and the lows, right? Doesn't tend to be any big crisis that I know this region has experienced, particularly around jobs and workforce. And so sometimes it's really hard to get people together if there's no crisis, like to really say we've got to double down and do things differently. And so during the pandemic, there was a whole lot of people coming together because we all had to think differently and work differently and address different issues. And so there was a spirit of collaboration that occurred during that time that we had not seen in the region. And so there were a few of us. Our new leader at the Chamber had just come with Chamber RVA. Our planning district leader and myself started to really join at the hip and say, we've got to come out of this in a different way. We've got to reimagine our region in a way that really makes sure that everybody has more opportunity to thrive. We saw where marginalized communities were being threatened during the pandemic. We all experienced the racial issues related to racial justice. And being the capital of the Confederacy, many of us said, we just have to think differently and act differently, and it's going to take a whole different way in which we move forward together. And so that was sort of the spirit of where we are. So that was 4 years ago. And what has evolved out of that is a really cross-sector collaboration across the region to lean into more inclusive prosperity and more economic opportunity for all. And that becomes kind of the North Star by which we're moving our work forward. So I'm going to take you through what that looks like for us right now. The other thing I would say is this type of work is really hard, it's messy, and it takes time. And so, we're now sort of leaning into how can we better organize, but the thing I would say, and I'll touch on this, is that we were already doing some amazing things in housing, and I think this just causes us to think about how can we accelerate that and how can we move those things forward. So where we are now, our movement for the region is called RVA Rising, and the focus is about growing, thriving here. We have done a great job in our region of bringing jobs. A lot of people moved into Richmond during the pandemic. But what we realize is our poverty rates are still high. We still have issues with our young children today not having opportunity over time, and felt like this movement had to really focus on the long term and focus as much as we can on that family of young children today to make sure that those kids have opportunity as we move forward in our region. And hopefully 15 to 20 years from now, we'll be able to change the trajectory of some of those things. So that's the impetus of RVA Rising. This just gives you a little bit more of what we've defined, what it is and what it isn't. Many times when you do these regional planning efforts, everybody wants to find a place where they fit in and their work matters. And that's really, really important because we have a lot of great organizations and institutions doing great work in the region. But not everybody is intentional and focused on economic mobility and really looking at where that exists and the lack of that exists. So part of this is to put a stake in the ground that says, we're going to be data-driven. We're going to focus on our marginalized communities or underserved communities. It's going to be driven by data, and it's going to bring people and institutions together to pursue strategies that will create system change and increase economic mobility for all. This is the North Star, the aspiration, and all that we're working towards. We also had to take a hard look at our region, and we look at our region a lot, and we know where the disparities are, but really going deeper on this to say, at the end of the day, it should not matter. Your life expectancy should not matter on the zip code you live in. And that's sort of the humanity of this. And so that sort of helped us really think about what is going on in our region, where do things exist, where do our neighborhoods are, low-income neighborhoods, segregated neighborhoods, how do we disrupt this? And first and foremost, we realize that really starts with housing. High quality, affordable housing to give people opportunity to be in neighborhoods that give them access to what they're looking for the long term. So these are some guiding principles that we're all trying to live by. And right now, those of you, I heard collective action. I'm going to talk a little bit about this. I probably spend as much time with my regional partners as I do with my staff on everything that we're doing. And it's really interesting. We sort of are integrating right now where we're all kind of doing each other's work, which is really fascinating. But we kind of are we're trying to stand by these principles of collaborative leadership with intentional diversity. This is really, really important. I'll talk a minute about some of the community engagement things that we're doing around this effort. And, from the beginning, it's very easy for institutional leaders to stand up and say, we're going to do certain things and start to move money and resources. But we've got to make sure we're inclusive and have people at the table with lived experiences that can really inform this work as we go forward. And I think that's a lot of what I learned in the housing space, just how you work with communities, hear community voice, and then bring solutions that are really going to matter. And I think that's the opportunity we have as we go forward. Action-oriented, even though it's really hard to do that sometimes. Community engagement at every level, and we're working really intentionally on this. The other thing we've been lucky to be part of is the Urban Institute, Brookings Institute. We've been attached to work groups with other communities across the country that have actually been doing work around what it takes to create economic mobility. And so we're really fortunate that they've been able to pull this framework together that gives us, here's are the intentional interventions and actions you need to take. And so it's going to give us a roadmap, I think, to move forward. But it's been great to be part of that learning. This is where the data is driving, and every group that we talk to, we have data slides that we point out, and this is sort of a snapshot of what's going on in Richmond. The red is really where most of our low-income folks live. As you get outside of the city, the colors change. There's more higher income, more opportunity. And we were lucky to have Raj Chetty come to Richmond a few years ago and actually do a deep dive on our data that tells us what's going on in our communities, where income levels are, and then also begin to really talk about here's some solutions you need to put in place. But this is really where it gets at our zip codes. And the interesting thing when you see 17,000 and 27,000, this is somebody at 35 years old. This is the average income right now. And the recent Raj Chetty update was, and what this tells us, these people are making less than their parents were before them. So this becomes an intergenerational issue. And the recent data came out and said, we look at Charlotte a lot. They've been doing some intentional work. Theirs has increased by 8%, their income at this level. Ours has decreased another 8%. So we have a sense of urgency around our folks are not keeping up, their income levels are not going to give them the opportunity, and we also know housing is where it is, so people can't afford that. So it's a real sense of urgency for us to move forward. The other data gap that we look at is pretty telling. It's pretty clear where the income gaps are in our region, and in order for us to make sure that we are a region that's going to prosper over the long term, we've got to close these gaps. And these are the things that we're really trying to work on as we go forward. The other thing we did is, in order to inform this work to get us to the what we're going to do, is we had some surveying was done at the state level about a year ago that really asked people what's most important to you. What are the things you're concerned about? And this was done across the state, and this may be good data helpful to you, like what people care about in your region, what's top of mind. And in the Central Virginia region, in our region, education, health and well-being, housing, public safety, and economic security, all those things rose to the top. And so this was part of us to say, if we're going to get organized, where do we focus the most? Where is there most synergy? And where do people really want to come together to be part of that? So this is helping to inform our strategies going forward. So let me get to sort of how we are doing, or how we're moving into this work. I talked about the Urban Institute framework. And what's really interesting about this is it's not just about tackling the issue of housing. It's really empowering, this whole idea around a person. That when a person has adequate income and assets to support their and their family's material well-being, that's what economic success looks like to them. They also need power and autonomy, right? I mean, if we are helping people get housed, they need the ability to maintain that housing. They need the ability to continue to, and everybody wants that power of autonomy to actually be able to direct their own economic mobility, and that there is a sense of dignity and belonging. And then when a person feels respect, dignity, and sense of belonging, that comes from contributing to and being appreciated by people in their communities. So what I love about this for us is it brings the human factor into this. It brings the people into this. I think many times we do these types of planning efforts in regional areas, and we really don't focus in on what's the outcome we're trying to have for people. That's really what this is about. And so we're trying to stay true to that and keep people at the center as we work together on the solutions that are gonna help all of us over the long run. So this is how we're framing the work. This looks a little bit like other frameworks, but and the other thing I would say is this sort of language we have in our own community. These are pillars, particular pillar areas. People don't live in pillars. Their work crosses each other. We wake up every day and don't think, I'm in the housing pillar today, or I'm in this pillar. So understanding that this is really not how community functions and how community works, but it gives us the ability to really kind of hone in on what are the areas of focus. And so the way we're looking at this, it's about opportunity-rich, inclusive neighborhoods, and this is where housing comes in. I'm going to go into that in a minute. Rewarding work is really important. High-quality education, healthy environment, and response and just governance. And this is a lot of things on the response and just governance. It's also people that are civically engaged. We need civically engaged people in our community if we really are trying to make our communities better. So the reason the box is around the two areas that you see, we know we can't tackle all of this. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of different ways we could go. But what we decided in this effort is let's lean in where there's already momentum and where we already have the public sector engaged, the business community engaged, and the philanthropic sector engaged. And so in the opportunity-rich and inclusive neighborhoods, we're working on the housing focus. This just sort of gives you a better definition of what sits under that. So housing stability and transportation access, we have quite a bit of momentum in our region where there's cross-sector partnerships working on that. We also are fortunate, we have an entity called Partnership for Housing Affordability, and Greta may talk about that, and we have people like Greta Harris, who you're going to hear from, that are stalwart leaders in our region that really push us hard on the agenda for affordable housing. And so we've been able to get some alignment, and now, particularly I think between the public sector and the philanthropic sector, but what's been missing is how this ties to economic development and the importance of housing as it relates to economic development and our business community engagement. So we're really excited that our business roundtable is going to take this on as a priority, and if we can sort of get the three legs of the stools working together, we think we can come up with some stronger solutions to get us to where we need to go. And then we also have some work going on around the workforce development. We have a pretty broad coalition and some other workforce development types of initiatives, and we're trying to bring those together and get more intentional so we know where to put the investments, where to put the resources, and how to support the work, and figure out where in the region we're going to focus our efforts. We've got to look at income levels and be decisive about that and be intentional on the interventions and the solutions that make a difference. And that's really where, we're trying to do that. We also are fortunate. We have a lot of opportunity around early education. I think with the way the state has invested in early childhood and child care and what you all are benefiting from, all of this is interconnected to economic mobility. And it's going to be really important for us to thread it all together in a way that we all sort of see ourselves in this work, and we can measure over the long term, have we really made a difference in some of the areas. So this just gives you a little deeper dive. And one of the things I want to talk about is policy, and I want to come to that here in a minute, because I think that's going to be critical for us as we try to build this muscle. The other thing we're trying to follow, many of you have seen this, you work this way, it's sort of the components of collective impact and collective action. This work is more than any individual or institution can do alone. And if we have to sort of get our mindset shift around, it's really important that we're all rowing in the same direction. So this idea of a common agenda, which is our inclusive prosperity for all, mutually reinforced activities. How do we move money and work together to align things to get a better result? Shared measurement is really critical. And then continuous communication, which is the hardest thing to do, I think. And then the idea that you have to have backbone organizations or intermediaries or entities that are in the position to galvanize and organize people together. And like I said, I mentioned a couple of those. We have those kinds of things. You probably have those in your community as well. And the one sort of shift for me from a philanthropy standpoint is, we can't, one of the other sort of phrases, which I think is key, we can't direct service our way out of this. We have to make different kinds of investments. So particularly at the Community Foundation, we're doing more to invest in the capacity of backbones to actually carry out the work and have staff and resources in place. They can coalesce the organizations and the nonprofits, and we'll still continue to support those. But we've got to shift where we're putting investment if we really want to kind of see these long-term sustained efforts. So here's where we are now. We are working on our common agenda, and when I say we, it's the collective we. It's a whole lot of people. Co-creating strategies, policy agendas, and co-invest in anchors and scalable issues. These are sort of the initiatives. I want to talk a minute about policy because with all the community engagement we've been doing, first and foremost, that comes up. What's this initiative? How's it going to tackle policy at the local and state level? We know that there were intentional barriers put in place in our community that held people back. We know there were systemic racism types of things that happened. And so we need to call that out, and we need to work on that together and just figure out how we break those barriers going forward. So policy, I think, is going to be a real opportunity for us. It's interesting to me, we sit in the state capitol, and we do not organize as a region around policy, which is really interesting. You all are probably better than we are, the further you're away. So, for example, in housing, we're really excited. The Community Foundation invested at the Partnership for Housing Affordability a 5-year grant that'll be up to $500,000 for them to hire a policy director that is really working on a cross-sector policy agenda that we as a region are going to get behind and actually be able to work on going forward. So that's a different kind of investment for us, but it's a capacity I think that we need if we really are going to change the way we do the work. The other piece to this is data. In the spirit of partnership, we have anointed the collective we. Our planning district is going to be our data hub. They're going to manage all the regional indicators. They're going to really pull all the data together that gives us a way to look at how we're doing over time. And we're investing in their capacity to do that so we can build this shared narrative. And then real quickly, I just want to hit on community engagement. That's been a really important part. And I'll just show you sort of the structure real quick, and then backbone organizations. We're going into 2025 to get more organized and more mutual accountability between organizations, and hopefully figure out how we can stand up more structure to sustain the effort over time. So last thing I just want to say is this has been really important because it's been very different in our different approach. And so we're using this kind of a model for community engagement. We actually we've consulting, contracting with people to help us do this, but just to give you a snapshot of what that looks like. And honestly, we need this to be ongoing throughout the effort, throughout the initiative and beyond. So that's a big focus. And then these are the diverse perspectives that we're pulling in. You know, we've got people are at the center, community networks, anchor organizations, and collaborative leadership where we can across the region. So for us, it's a new day, we try to say, and we try to inspire that we need to get rid of the status quo. We need to not just be comfortable in our VA. We need to go at the hard things because that's going to make everybody better over time. You know, the idea, can we put politics and misperceptions aside? It's a little hard to do that right now, but I think we're working through it. Dealing with past grievances and our history is really important. Being positive in inclusion, create opportunity, and the one I really like the best, which we're on here, is this really is about love and compassion for others. We need to show up and understand that everyone in our community is important. They need the same dignity and respect. And if we as leaders can embrace that and lead differently, we're going to have really much better outcomes for the whole region. So that's where we are. Thank you. I guess I'm taking a couple questions, if anybody has any. Okay, thank you all.
Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Scott Kowalski with PLDR Law, and very pleased and honored to be a presenting sponsor here today. Like Chris, I grew up 64 miles or whatever north of here in Lynchburg. My interaction with the region was limited to driving past the King of the Sea restaurant on 29 Business, if you remember that, and coming down and either beating or being beat by GW Danville. So one of those two options. My interaction now is much more pleasant than those trips, I can assure you. I attended this summit last year with my colleagues Stephen and Megan Gould as we were planning for our two firms to merge, which happened in January of this year, and I was just overwhelmed with what was happening in this area. Our firm's priorities for this region seem to be in line with the folks in this room, what our plans are and what our hopes and goals are, and we hope to grow with you all and grow with the region. We see amazing opportunity down here. We see amazing opportunity in Lynchburg, but down here is just going gangbusters, and we're very impressed. So we have offices in Lynchburg and in Danville, and we offer the full range of legal services to those in our community. Oh. That's us. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. So we've got the full range of legal services. We have 12 attorneys across the two offices with a lot of growth planned imminently and longer term. My colleagues with me here at the table comprise our construction law section, and Stephen is the head of our corporate and transactional section. Our work is as you can see here, very much in line with the legal services that you'll need for your investments and your work in the region. We have land use, we have zoning, we have contract negotiation, we have contract disputes negotiation, and I know none of you will ever need that kind of service, but we offer those services and would be happy to assist you with any and all of those items. We're attorneys that have had the privilege in our practice areas and our time as attorneys to specialize. not general practitioners, but each of us is a specialist in our particular area. We also grew up here. We call the region home. And we think that that focus and that specialization can be a tremendous benefit to you all as you're working here in the region and moving forward. For those of you who have seen and explored the benefits of the development in our region, we're confident that our regional perspective and our practice and our specialization can be a benefit to you all, and we'd be happy and pleased to help you with any of those services. So now on to the next topic. It's my privilege to introduce this morning's speaker, Ryan Price. He's the Chief Economist for the Virginia Association of Realtors. Over the past 15 years, Ryan has honed his knowledge of Virginia's economy and the housing market in a variety of roles in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. He is the Chief Economist for Virginia Realtors, Virginia's largest trade association, leading a team of researchers that focus on housing market trends in Virginia and the economic and demographic factors that move the market. Ryan received a master's degree in urban planning and regional planning from Virginia Tech, and he received a bachelor's degree in finance from JMU. Go Dukes. So with that, I'll invite Ryan to come on up.
Wow, good morning. You know, I was here a couple of years ago at the first summit, and gotta say the room is double the size now. To me, that speaks really to the momentum that's happening in the region. So it's great to see that. Thanks again for inviting me back, Ryan with the Realtors. And today's presentation, the goal is really to give you guys a temperature check on what's happening out there in the housing market. A lot of moving pieces. We're going to look at it both sort of at the macro state level, but then we're also going to dive into some of the local data to get a pulse of how the Southern Virginia region market is performing in 2024. And I also brought my crystal ball with me. So we're going to take a look at what the tea leaves are saying for 2025. Really the best place to start and sort of what's been driving a lot of what we've been seeing on the market is mortgage rates this year. You know, we've seen them kind of hovering in the upper sixes, low sevens for a 30-year fixed, higher than we had anticipated, you know, if you go back to this time last year. But really what that's done is it's kind of stifled the market a bit. It's been relatively sluggish, and most of that is being driven by these rates. Take a look at where we are now. You know, I created these slides a few weeks ago, and since that time, rates have actually gone up. We're almost at mid sixes. We'll get a new batch of data this afternoon, but you know, if you look at the chart here, I mean, we're certainly better than we were this time last year. This time last year, we hit our peak, almost 8% for a 30-year fixed, and that's important because this is really causing some financial constraints. A lot of people are having a hard time entering the housing market because of where interest rates are. Certainly higher than where we were pre-2021. If you kind of look to the left there, we had that about a 4-year window of really, really attractive interest rates. A lot of people got into housing market at that time. A lot of people refinanced. Then we had a doubling of the rates, kind of a jolt, if you will, to the system. A lot of people got priced out. And since that time, it's sort of been hovering relatively high, but when you step back, if you were to step back at 30-year view, 20-year view, really not that out of the norm to have rates in the sixes. So what this is doing, like I said, it's pricing people out, but in addition to that, people who are already in the housing market are hunkering down. They're staying in their homes, they're not selling their homes, called the lock-in effect. You may have heard of this out in the media, the golden handcuffs, as it's been described. And the teal line here represents the rate that Virginia homeowners have on average, 4%. Any mortgage type, any origination date, average it out 4%. You can see the market rate there, 6.5. There's a pretty big gap. That's what's keeping people in their homes, and it's kind of keeping the supply levels constrained. Over time, we do expect that gap to narrow, and as it does, we expect that some sellers will come off the sidelines. But irregardless of where these rates are, life continues to happen. People continue to experience major life events, retirements, births, deaths, marriages, divorces, things like that. So all this is happening. And so as more time passes and more life events happen for homeowners, likely to see these life events correlate, if you look at the data, correlate with major housing decisions. Buying, selling, moving, splitting homes, consolidating homes. And so as, like I said, more time passes, likely to see the lock-in effect loosen, which would then increase the supply levels out there in the housing market. Now, our inventory is really, it's improving here in Virginia. We do have more listings coming online, but it is still unbalanced. It's still very much a seller's market. We have more buyers, a very strong pipeline of buyers, and a very limited supply of homes available for those buyers. Overall, 20,000 listings here in the state of Virginia. We got 8.7 million folks in Virginia. It's very unbalanced. We know not everybody is a homeowner, but 20,000 listings is just an unhealthy amount. We're better than we were last year, certainly. We're 23% increase in listings so far, but really, dramatically lower than where we were before the disruption of COVID and everything that happened in the housing market during those years following. About 80% of the local markets, the cities and counties around the state of Virginia, have had more new listings come online. That's good news. We have more sellers coming online. Who are they? We poll our members. I'm with the Virginia Realtors Association. We got 35,000 realtors all around the state, every corner of the state. We survey them every month to see what's happening on the ground. And the most common reason sellers are listing now is because they're leaving Virginia. Couldn't believe that, right? 22%. A lot of that has to do with our housing affordability issues in a lot of regions around Virginia. We also have a lot of downsizers. About 20% of the sellers are selling to move into a smaller home. So what's happening locally? Pretty strong growth across the board. Double-digit growth in new listings. Now these are existing homes. Keep in mind, this is not new construction. These are existing homes. Double-digit growth in Danville, Pennsylvania. 26% more new listings coming online this year. You go over to Patrick County, big growth in new listings. So there's more supply coming on the market. And but overall, like I mentioned at the start, we're still in an imbalanced market here in Virginia. We got only 2.3 months of supply. If you look at sort of a longer-term picture, anything below 3 months tends to favor sellers in the negotiations. It's a seller's market. 3 to 6, 3 to 5 months, kind of a more balanced market, balanced negotiations. Anything above 6 is really favors the buyers. And it's kind of split half and half in Virginia. We got half the market delineated there in beige as being very much a seller's market. Here in Southern Virginia, it's a bit more balanced. You guys have, Danville, Pennsylvania County, kind of 3 to 4 months of supply, which is more balanced. One of the other reasons, though, we're unbalanced with our supply is because we've been underbuilding in the state of Virginia. When we look at the annual permitting and we compare it to some of our peer states, our neighboring states to the south, you can see we've just been very lackluster permitting activity for the last decade and a half. If we look at these, the dark line there is us. Kind of boring. It's relatively flat from 2008. When we look at the other states, smaller places, Tennessee and South Carolina, much smaller states than us, they've been outpacing us in construction activity since 2014. That was not the case prior to the Great Recession. So we've really slowed down the production. North Carolina and Georgia well above the levels that we're at. When we look around the state, there is a little bit of good news, though. We are seeing an uptick. We are seeing an uptick in construction, particularly with single-family and townhome construction. A lot of growth happening in the Shenandoah Valley, kind of the 81 corridor. Harrisonburg is the strongest. We got Lynchburg there, Roanoke Valley as well. And then the multifamily permitting, we've seen that slow down across the board, not just here in Virginia, really all over the U.S. because of a bit of an overproduction that happened in 21 and 22. Still seeing those apartments being constructed. There's just not new projects coming in behind them, new permits coming in behind them. Here in the region, you guys have seen consistent growth in single-family permitting activity. These are annual numbers. We're still waiting to get the 24 numbers, but you can see pretty much every year since 2019, you've seen a pretty significant growth in single-family permitting here in the region. And multifamily permitting, certainly a big jump there from pre-COVID. A little bit of a slow, or kind of flat between 21 and 22, but we have seen that pick up. I would expect that would likely decline in 24 based on the market conditions that we're seeing for multifamily. Home sales activity, like I mentioned right out of the gate, pretty sluggish, pretty slow year overall. We're a little better than where we were in 23, but certainly below average, and that's really being driven by those mortgage rates. Here in Virginia, we've only sold about 70,000 homes, closed sales, and typically by August, we would have somewhere in the neighborhood of 80,000. So we're quite a bit lower than the average, but you can see we're slightly better than last year. About 60% of the local markets here all around the state have seen more sales. And here at the local region, you guys are actually outperforming the state in terms of sales activity. Very strong growth in Pittsylvania County there, year to date through August, about 22% more sales than last year. So there is more activity, there's more people moving here than other places. Danville as well, pretty strong growth there. Henry County's up 6%, and Patrick County up about 9% in terms of sales activity. Pending sales is a metric we use as kind of a leading indicator of closed sales, and not a lot to write home about pending sales. Pretty flat, I would say overall. We're not declining, but we're also not really surging. So that speaks to kind of the sluggishness out there in the Virginia's housing market. Now, home pricing has not been sluggish. Home pricing actually continues to climb at a pretty fast clip. And it's really supply-demand 101. I mean, we have more demand than we have supply. It's putting upward pressure on home prices, and we're actually seeing some affordability challenges happening in other parts of Virginia. We're going to unpack that here in a few slides and the impacts of that potentially on this region. So about 5.1% is the increase in our median price here in Virginia. It's about $415,000 is where we're at as of now. That's statewide. Healthy growth, if you look back through time, more in the 2 to 3% annual growth. We haven't been there in quite some time. We've been kind of running hot on pricing there for several years, and it's really put a strain on the market because most of the growth that we're seeing in sales is on the higher end of the price spectrum in Virginia. So $800, $900 million homes is the biggest growth area in terms of sales, and so the price points are just shifting higher as those upward pressure continues, and it's pretty uniform. 90% roughly, about 9 out of every 10 local communities have a higher price than they did a year ago. And again, this is putting affordability constraints out there in the market. Now, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag here. It's a smaller market. Some places like Danville have seen a drop in the median price since last year. Places like Martinsville, on the other hand, seeing pretty significant growth in the price points. Pretty flat there in Pennsylvania. A little bit of a growth in Patrick, and then Halifax is down 10%. So smaller market, you tend to see a little more volatility in the price points. Now, I mentioned there's some affordability challenges brewing, and I want to jump into this real quick. You know, we did a study, our team, looking at the income levels of a key segment of the market and then looking at the price points out there in the market. Now, this takes into account local tax rates. It takes into account, you know, the mortgage rates, the price points that are out there, and the income levels. And what we found is that most of the major regions, the job centers of Virginia, the 25 to 44-year-old demographic, which includes, you know, a lot of your first-time buyers, a lot of your move-up buyers. You know, it's the entirety of the millennial generation in there, where a lot of housing decisions are made, family formations, et cetera. A lot of them are getting priced out of these markets, these major job markets. Northern Virginia is the classic example, 75,000. If you look at that last column, that means that 25 to 44-year-olds are making $74,000 less than what they need on average to afford a median price home in those markets. Charlottesville, not much better. And so what you're seeing is a lot of moving, a lot of migration patterns because of this factor. And if we break it down more granular and look at the local markets, anything that is yellow or green really represents a place where relatively affordable for this demographic. And this is where I think the link to this region comes into play because across the board, you guys are yellow and green on this map. And we're seeing, if we overlay this with migration, we're seeing people choose to move to pockets of affordability in Virginia, places like Southern Virginia, places like the Shenandoah Valley, where they can enter the home ownership market and build that wealth. So this to me is a competitive advantage that you guys have in attracting 25 to 44-year-old workers from other parts of Virginia who are having a hard time cracking into the for sale market. Very competitive conditions exist. That's the last section. We measure this by what's called the average sold to list ratio. So anything at 100% means that sellers are getting their asking price. And in Virginia, we're right at about 100. Here in your region, a little bit lower than 100, but sellers are getting close to their asking price. Upper 90s, in places like Halifax, Henry County, mid 90s percentile in Danville, Pennsylvania. So sellers are getting pretty close to their asking price on average. Homes are selling relatively quickly. This is another metric we use to gauge competitiveness. Days on market, just 12 days in the state. A little bit higher in this region, several weeks. But again, relatively competitive market conditions in 2024. So what are we seeing on the horizon? What are the tea leaves telling us? Big one is that we're projecting more home sales in 25. Couple reasons. We're seeing more inventory. We know we have the demand there, very strong pipeline of demand, both the move-up buyer demand, also the first-time buyer demand. If we have more listings, that demand can be satisfied. We're expecting that to facilitate more sales, and then we're also expecting an improvement to the mortgage rates. Certainly going to be a bumpy road, but if you drew a line through the trend, the data points, slope was likely to be downward. That's likely to facilitate more sales. Pricing, on the other hand, we're expecting a little bit of a moderation from where we're at this year. About 3.4% is what our models are projecting for 25. And then again, these are statewide numbers. And housing starts, a little bit of a growth there. All of this concentrated in single-family construction. We're expecting a downturn in multifamily construction in 2025, and that's not unique to Virginia. And then the old pesky mortgage rates, those are very difficult to project, but everything that we're seeing out there is looking, by this time next year, really December next year, hopefully cracking that 6% kind of psychological barrier, if you will, down to about 5.8% is what we're projecting, again, which will facilitate more sales than we have this year. A lot of data. We'll be sure to share the slides so you guys can reference it, but at this point, we've got a few minutes, I think, if anybody had any questions for me on the local housing market or trends that we're seeing out there. Yes, sir, we're going to get a mic over to you.
Yeah, hi, Ryan. Do you have any insight on the interest rates and why they're actually going the wrong way? The Fed cut rates last month, but yet they're up, 50 basis points when they cut 50 basis points.
Yeah. So the Fed controls the federal funds rate. They don't control mortgage rates. So that's the first part of it. The second part is that those rate cuts that we saw, the rate cut we saw from the Fed, was already baked into the pricing starting in August. So the bond markets were already pricing in the expectation that that was going to happen. And so you started to see rates drift down, if you recall, in middle of August, all the way through September. And what happened after that? We got a very strong jobs report. Very strong jobs report from the BLS. U.S. job added 254,000 jobs, much higher than anticipated. So what this tells the bond market is that, wait a minute, the economy is still running pretty hot. And so the Fed is looking at all this data, and when you see jobs still continue to grow, even with higher federal funds rate, it signals to the Fed that the job market, the businesses, the business community is not negatively impacted by these higher rates. And so they are likely to either take a rate cut off the table or maybe make it less of a large cut as long as the jobs data is coming in so strong. And so that's the reason why we're seeing the rates tick up even though they cut the rate, the federal funds rate. That's the primary reason. Yeah, we're projecting a 5.8 by the end of next year, and that's largely due to the fact that we're expecting the economy to moderate. I didn't have economic slides on here because we only had 15 minutes, but we're expecting the GDP to drift down, job market to slow down, unemployment to increase. All of that positions the Fed well to continue to cut rates, and they have signaled several more cuts on the table, front-loaded in the first part of 25. Any questions out there? Local market. All right, guys. Thanks for having me back.
You got one more question.
Oh, we got one
another
more. I
question.
love it.
Wayne Draper, Right Now Construction, Draper Properties investor. Quick question for you, specifically around the target audience on our local market. You mentioned earlier you had a list of potential pre-approved buyers. Could you give us a price range where they will be pre-approved for?
Wow, that is a really good question. So I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me. Yeah, I would have to look at that. I don't have it memorized, but we have that information. That was part of that the study we did. You know, we looked at what those price points would be, and so I'd be happy to share it with Susan if she wants to share with everybody. Likely in the 1 to 250, maybe up to 300,000 range. But again, there's going to be a lot of variation there, depending on the job that the folks have, you know, dual income households, et cetera. But probably in the 1 to 3, but I can get the exact numbers out to Susan. Thanks, guys.
Thank you to our speakers, Sherry Armstrong and Ryan Price. It was really great to learn about RVA Rising and how you're reimagining the region. And Ryan, thank you for sharing your crystal ball with us. We really appreciate that. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break, and we'll alert you when there are 5 minutes remaining. Please go out and network and meet our sponsors. We appreciate it.
While people are wandering in, I'm going to point in your program to the next section of the panels. If you'll look, following the pages with the agenda, you'll see the next panel participants right after Ryan Price's bio. And I'm sure people will be wandering in from the break, but we're going to go ahead and get started for sake of time. You have a strong panel of people who have been cooperating not just on behalf of their locality, but on behalf of regional solutions for housing. And they're going to share some highlights today with you. But before we do the highlights, we want to kind of just reflect on where this has come from over the last years. We had a mega site proposal for Danville in Pittsylvania County that was a 10,000 person proposal at the table. And this was in 2020. Stephen Murray was still with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and he quickly hit the phones and said, "This is wonderful. We're putting together all the solutions on the sites, but what is the solution on housing for 10,000 people?" That was the first time that we had been asked in that way to make part of our proposal housing. We had always looked at community development, but never had the direct answers on a regional solution for housing. So we started to look together. The Southern Virginia Task Force, which is comprised of the Chambers of Commerce across the region, from Patrick County, Martinsville, Henry, Danville, Pennsylvania, and Halifax, and the economic development officers. So we started to talk about how we put together a solution that helps all of us, because housing is not just a locality concern. Many of the people live in surrounding counties. So we started with a baseline study on regional housing in 2021. When we looked across the North Carolina line to things that were happening just to the south of us, but impacted our counties. We looked at how we work together on solutions. People put their studies at the table, shared with one another. They put their River District study in Danville, Martinsville Downtown study, works from SEDS plans in both West Piedmont and Southern Piedmont Planning District Commissions. They put this all at the table along with state studies and brought in state officials to say, how are we going to address this together in a positive way that will bring positive results for all of us? As we looked at that, we planned the housing summits. The housing summits 2022, 2023, and this being the third one in 2024. Since the start of this, 5,348 units in the region have been added to the baseline. We know that's not complete because that doesn't include all the North Carolina properties, but constant updates to these numbers are being made, and they're being made in the diversity of housing products, not just on the affordable side or the CEO level, but the working class in the middle. All of those are being addressed. Again, the Economic Development Offices and SEDS plans from the planning districts have been working furiously on this from both regions, working with the areas. And then we started to shift in questions from prospects to what housing is available for various cultures and age groups. Questions started to change, and I'm going to share with the permission of all the economic developers who this has been private studies for, some of the things that came about. One of the things was answers on a constant basis that could be provided to prospects, but also existing industries who might be trying to get more of their workers to locate in your counties. So we started to put the data together. This was one that was put together by VEDP. So we're trying to make sure that at a state level and at a local level, we're telling a consistent story and sharing our data. This looked at different ranges of housing that are available. It looked at regional privately owned housing, and we're exceptionally high on private housing ownership when you look at other areas of the state. It looked at future housing plans in the region, and then they started to draw down into specifics. So when prospects come in right now, they're not just asking what sort of housing do you have and where, but they're asking where will their employees live? Can you give me examples of different developments? Sometimes they ask to actually go to an open house, which is something we have not always had ready to show. So to the realtors in the group, that's a common question. I wanted to especially thank Elizabeth Ware because I reached out. Is Elizabeth here? I reached out to Elizabeth on a weekend on one of these prospects, and I think we worked probably 20 hours a day through that weekend to have something by that Monday morning. So if any of you are at home on a weekend and your phone rings with my number, just know it's probably a work detail, right, Elizabeth? We actually drilled further. We drilled into the specifics of what workers might be able to afford homes in what areas. And with this, this one was for a mega site prospect. We actually matched neighborhoods, and I'm going to show you on this one and then back up. If you'll see the colored dots, each person or each different work classification that they wanted us to look at has a different dot. Then we showed them 3 options in the range that they were looking at of potential houses. Now, we want this to be available, whether it's James showing somebody in Patrick County, whether it's Martinsville, Henry, Danville, Pennsylvania, or Halifax. We want to be able to have these stats at our fingertips so that Elizabeth doesn't always get a weekend call. But in this case, everybody had different examples. Then we cited it, and I'm going to read you one of them just to show you how we depicted for the area. She had different work classifications and wanted to know where those people would live. So the first example, Jason is an electrician, age 41. He's married to Karen. They have 3 children. They have dogs. His salary is $69,000. His interest, racing cars and football. So you can see for each one of these 6 people, we put a different background to match the backgrounds of the workers she was looking at. Jason chose to live in Laurel Woods. He had been a traveling construction worker and loved converting his drive time to family time. Schools were a top consideration, and the Blue Ribbon schools at Twin Springs and Tunstall were critical, as well as the proximity to the local 1 mile from his home, as Karen teaches elementary school and wanted to be near the school and the library. Jason is a volunteer coach at the high school, and he and his son frequent Averett football games. He also considered Tuscarora Farms and Westridge Farms. Now, what you'll see on that page is 18 different possibilities that they could have lived in. What we're saying is all the way from, if you look on the map, all the way from Hyco Lake, if he chose Lake Home, all the way to Chatmoss in Martinsville, Henry County. It didn't matter. There was a solution in our region to fit the needs of these. And think about it, it was 18 different solutions. She wanted the option of looking at these and then visiting these if needed. We put Brown Summit in North Carolina and then gave them convincing reasons why they chose otherwise. So this is the kind of data, because of your work, that we're able to do on a regional basis. I have to commend Corey and her staff and Matt. They also took Zillow drawings and had maps of every county represented in this room with the options of not only where they could live, but where they could put supplier plants. So this is a project that doesn't impact 2 localities, it impacts all of us. And that was the solution they were showing. But we want that to be equally ready for any person at this table so that when they have prospects or existing industries, we can put this together for them. It also helps personnel offices who want to attract. So we've had questions from people at the hospital, from industries, and in school boards and others. So please, if it's something that helps you in your community, don't be shy to ask us. We've been working hard on this. And with that, I'm going to invite the experts to give you a snapshot of some of the special things they've been working on. Their bios are all in your program, so I'm not going to read them. What I'm going to tell you is quiz them good at the end because they're very good at what they do. The first speaker will be Susan McCullough, the Division Director of Housing and Development with the City of Danville. Susan's going to be followed by Matt Rowe. I think it says Emily Ragsdale, so Matt's going to cover for Emily and Matt Rowe. Emily's the Director of Community Development who works directly with Matt. Matt's the Economic Development Director. From Martinsville, we have Eric Payne, the Community Development Director. Patrick County, James Hutchins, the Director of Economic Development and Tourism. From Henry County, Lee Clark. Lee's the AICP and the Director of Planning, Zoning, and Inspections in Henry County. And from Halifax County, Christy Johnson, the Halifax Industrial Development Authority Director. But before you do this, we want to treat you to a video that was done, a regional video on housing options. And I'm hoping this will click here, and it's not. So let's see. You know the answer? Is it this one? You all bear with me 1 second. This took lots of experts. This is the way our full project's been running. They all work together with the magic. Some of our local officials got a
Home
preview
isn't just
yesterday.
a place to lay your head at night. It's where you build a life. In Southern Virginia, we make finding a home simple. We have homes close to nationally recognized schools. Homes in the beating heart of a thriving downtown.
We're going to try
Homes
starting
in
it
places
over
where
and turn it
neighbors
up.
know each other's names. Homes that make you forget you're not on vacation. Home isn't just a place to lay your head at night. It's where you build a life. In Southern Virginia, we make finding a home simple. We have homes close to nationally recognized schools, homes in the beating heart of a thriving downtown, homes in places where neighbors know each other's names, homes that make you forget you're not on vacation, homes a short trip away from all the amenities. We have all types of new construction ready to be called home, and townhomes, apartments, lofts, and entire neighborhoods on the way. We have the capacity to welcome new neighbors today and the vision to accommodate more neighbors tomorrow. Our housing options are diverse, our prices are affordable, and our communities are hospitable. In Southern Virginia, we're building the type of places where comfort and convenience go hand in hand. Places where education is at the forefront and entertainment is just blocks away. Places where neighbors are friends and neighborhoods are extended families. Places where each person thrives one home at a time. This is Southern Virginia. Welcome home.
Thank you for your patience. That was a great video. So we have already have incentives in place for the city of Danville. Two are discretionary, the IDA real estate tax grant for new construction and the IDA reimbursement grant for new construction. We also expanded the city's real estate tax abatement program for historic properties. Two incentives that are in the books through the city are the Public Works and Engineering subdivision reimbursement programs. So we just wanted to briefly touch on that. We have some properties that are available. This one is privately owned. This is the former Belk building. It is in the River District. Best use is mixed use. A total square footage of 89,386 square feet. Has a lot of potential. The second adaptive reuse project in the city is also in the River District. It's the former Leland Hotel. Best use is mixed use, so commercial and residential. A total square feet of 64,814. And we have done, since our last housing summit, we've tried new things. It involves the site analysis and public input for privately owned properties. This was done through the WRT neighborhood planning. They actually worked on the Schoolfield master plan. And then we also are working with Virginia Housing on planning grants for site analysis and PEAR, preliminary engineering and architectural reports. Dewberry is our consultant for this. With our WRT neighborhood planning, we asked them to take a proactive approach. So instead of a developer coming and saying, this is what we'd like to do on your site, this is saying to the surrounding neighbors in a public input meeting, what would you like to see? It involves that resident engagement, and it's focusing on the affordable missing middle and as well as market rate housing. This is also working in coordination with Plan Danville, which is our comprehensive plan update. So this is an IDA-owned property. It's High Street and Spring Street, 2.4 acres combined. And the preferred housing types that were mentioned in our public input meetings were live-work units or a small apartment building. It's right near our bus shelter. It's in a community hub area, and it's also near commercial. Hanks Lane is off of Westover Drive, privately owned, 108 acres combined. The preferred housing types from the public input meetings were College Court, townhomes, and we had a very passionate person mention senior townhomes, which is understandable, as well as a small apartment. And the other idea is to take advantage of the gorgeous natural environment in that space with walking trails, play area, and low-impact development. We also want to introduce to you today and unveil it today at this Housing Summit, a new opportunity to make Danville home. The city is now controlling a site for single-family subdivision development. It's 142 acres in the Schoolfield District with utility and road infrastructure at the site. It's very close to Caesars, Virginia, and city staff will be pursuing rezoning to allow for denser development with 2 conceptual plans completed through Virginia Housing. One is for 250 lots allowed in current zoning, and another is for 300 lots allowed when rezoned. Also, we've been working on due diligence. A Phase 1 environmental has been done. Phase 2 environmental is underway. And then we are reviewing the draft for the Virginia Housing Site Analysis and Preliminary Engineering Report. And then the city plans to issue RFPs to developers and contractors. So here is the concept for 300 homes when rezoned. It's a mixed housing types. It follows the Plan Danville Comprehensive Plan recommendations. And this is for the allowed under current zoning, 250 homes. And our goal is to just eliminate these questions, prepare this information through WRT and through Virginia Housing to hand to developers to encourage that these residential units that are strongly needed in our community. And I will answer questions after our panel's completed. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Matt Rowe. I'm the Director of Economic Development for Pittsylvania County. I literally found out, I guess probably yesterday afternoon, that I'd be presenting in front of you today. And so with that, I cannot begin to express to you how busy we are when it comes in economic development right now. If you are already in the region, all I can tell you is that you have a good thing going. And thank you for the support and, frankly, creating an ecosystem that allows us to market these assets. If you're not in the region, you need to get here quick, because the groundswell is just going to continue to grow. There's going to be some tremendous seismic shifts probably here within the next few weeks that are probably going to entirely change the entire fabric of our region and where we're going as a region. So again, I would just kind of start off with that. What I would like to try to do today is just, again, try to hit some of the highlights. We'll walk through some of the areas in the county in particular here where we're seeing activity, not getting into as much of the property details. When you're the largest county in the state, roughly the size of Rhode Island, I can usually find land for things. So again, there's a lot of flexibility there. And I'll kind of give you a little bit of inside baseball on some of these things that we're trying to work through, again, as we're seeing these drastic changes that are coming into our community. So just to go through some of the quick demographic, statistics, roughly 60,000 folks. I'm a huge in the weeds kind of person when it comes to statistics. So I'm not as concerned about the statistics of our total population growth. I'm more interested in the actual net movement of people, because let's be honest, it takes a while to impact long-term population statistics. And so what you see in our community is that you actually see an influx of younger people being able to come in, take these jobs. And so just, again, from pure statistics standpoint, we're getting to that point there of where it's going to be leveling out between new people moving in to offset just natural deaths. And so again, that's going to be something that you'll continually see across Southern Virginia counties, but you are seeing that net in-migration of people, of young families, of childbearing ages of those families. Again, those are important statistics when you're looking at housing and the future of a community. Population per square mile, 62.4. The majority of those folks live quote unquote south of White Oak Mountain, so pretty much around the Danville area. But then also going up the 29 corridor into our three towns, the town of Chatham, town of Gretna, and the town of Hurt. Each town has its own unique characteristics and their own, again, kind of traits. And so again, it allows you to have, that suburban, kind of small town living, while at the same time having easy, 1 mile per minute, drive to your jobs. And so again, we see that across the board. You can also see here housing units and households here in the county. So just getting into some of the potential future development areas. Obviously, this is one of them. If you haven't heard, we own a 3,528 acre mega site in conjunction with our partners and friends and colleagues with the city of Danville. It's known as the Southern Virginia mega site. And for local folks, we always put the at Berry Hill, because you all know where Berry Hill is. But this property is going to have a transformative impact on the region. We anticipate probably having some news being able to come out about this property here, hopefully, within the coming weeks to months. And so again, we're very hopeful that, this property and the ultimate operations on this property will validate the treasure that you as residents of Southern Virginia have allowed us to put into it. And so again, not only just this property, but then the areas around this. So of course, the Commonwealth of Virginia is just finishing up a brand new, roughly $33 million connector road. We're extremely appreciative to Linda, and Linda sits on the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and so being able to help us, facilitate that and keep that moving. And then if you're also on that 311 corridor, there'll be additional expansions of that 311 roadway from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and that's fully funded, and we're literally working through that as we speak. Construction should start on that by the end of 2025. But again, that area has all of the utilities needed: robust water, sewer, fiber, gas, power, you name it. And so again, this is going to be a major magnet for industry, and again, folks like to live close to those jobs. And so again, we're seeing a lot of developers approach us on these properties. I see Tony and the Southside Investing team, and so we're very fortunate and blessed to again, kind of having that conversation of who's going to jump into the boat with us first. Southside Investing made a large announcement, I guess a little bit over a year ago now, to do roughly 2,000 dwelling units on a roughly 600+ acre piece of property. It's roughly about 9 miles directly west of the mega site. And so I know Tony and his team are going through the necessary due diligence. It's a large $400 million plus project with mixed use, a multitude of types of housing, age-in-place concepts. And so again, I think they've just gone through the traffic studies and continuing to move things along. So Tony, thank you for understanding the potential and going ahead and jumping in and partnering with us. Again, it's going to be a meaningful process, and I can tell you that every single time we have a large mega site client come, and as Linda went through kind of those, characters that we created on a random Saturday morning, and I can't tell you how much fun that was coming up with those characters. But again, being able to show the housing options and the diversity here is absolutely key. So thank you, Tony. Cane Creek Industrial Park. In this particular park here, since 2018, we've announced now over 1,500 direct jobs and close to $600 million of investment. We anticipate some additional news coming from this park here probably over the coming weeks. And so again, this has been a great park. The park has all of the infrastructure in place. The most recent announcement that we just had was RBW Sports and Classics, where they'll be making hand-built electric vintage, roughly MG type vehicles, and so their secret sauce is the propulsion systems. And so if you have $135,000 in your pocket and you want a really cool car, we can set you up with those folks. But again, just a really unique industrial park. It's you have Tyson Foods with a $300+ million facility, and they're making Anytizer products. So again, my daughter probably keeps a whole line going because she loves those Dino Nuggets. And then you also have Aero Farms, so the Just Greens, some of the best tasting vegetables. I'm the kind of person where on a ranch, on a salad, I like a lot of ranch with a little salad. In this case, I actually don't use dressing at all. And so again, that's actually in the Walmart here in Danville, so I encourage you to check that out. And then also Valravn, they're in that park, a Netherlands-based company. I think we announced them in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, and doing construction solutions and engineering, and they have a manufacturing facility there. And of course, Morgan Olson. Morgan Olson, you know, as we all know, has had a little bit of a dip due to, you know, contract manufacturers, but we're very confident in them being able to come back, and we anticipate hearing some additional good news from them in the coming months. And so again, a lot of activity in that particular park, a lot of land around that area as well. Hurt Industrial Park, home of the previous Klopman Mills up in the northern far stretches of the county. This gets back to that collaboration that Linda was talking about, and so that particular site is roughly 50 miles from where we sit today, and we were so fortunate that our partners from the city of Danville joined the county and the town of Hurt in creating a new regional industrial facility authority. And I see Delegate Marshall back there hiding in the back. Delegate Marshall actually brokered that, and so we're extremely thankful for Delegate Marshall for that work. And so again, it just shows you that that regional collaboration works. We've announced the first project up there, which is Stanton River Plastics. Stanton River Plastics is probably in my career the slowest to launch project I've ever dealt with. But you have to move at the speed of industry, and so they're continuing to move forward. If you were to walk into that building today, they've got the machine bays out, and they're actually in the process of installing machines. And so again, they're looking at about 200 jobs. And then we're also looking to probably within the next 6 to 9 months announce another project up in that part of the county, which would be another roughly 200 to 300 jobs. And so again, you know, it takes time to develop an industrial park, so please, you know, be patient with us. The Mount Hermon community, you know, Tuscarora, a lot of good golf clubs in this area, good amenities, close proximity to Danville, and also to Chatham. And so again, great school districts, blue ribbon schools, and so we're seeing a lot of demand from developers in this area of the county as well. As a county, we're trying to also look at small business opportunities, and so being able to work with the chamber and Ann and her team of being able to ensure that we're getting the types of amenities and quality of life items that these residents are looking for too. And I would just finish with this. The change is happening in this region so quickly. The city's done a great job being able to, I think, take a step back and look at and try to see, okay, where do we want to be when we grow up 10 to 20 years from now? The county is just in that point of doing so. And so we're in the process right now of doing a county economic development plan, and we're also in the process of probably doing a comprehensive plan. And where I'm going with this is that we need everyone in this room to be part of that process. You know, Pittsylvania County is a massive county. I mean, we're pretty much the size of 3 or 4 average Virginia counties. And so it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. And so, again, I would welcome you to be part of that process with us. And again, you know, this is going to be a collaborative approach because if we don't do something, as far as if we're not working proactively on this, we're going to just be entirely reactive. And again, for the investors that are in the room, you know, I always tell everybody, you know, this region right now is Greenville, South Carolina, 1992, the day before BMW announced. And all I can tell you is I can hear the car revving. So again, appreciate everybody. It's going to be a unique and fun next year.
The night before, huh? So now we know the student that didn't have to study, gets up, takes the test, sets the curve. So, great.
Make it up and look confident while you do it.
Well, you did that. Good morning, everybody. My name is Eric Payne. I am fairly new to Southern Virginia. I wish I could claim that I was from here and I'd lived here all my life and for generations. I didn't have a crystal ball. And earlier we heard from the economist who talked about his crystal ball and what he foresaw. And I'll be very candid, 90 days ago I didn't foresee relocating to Southern Virginia and working in Martinsville, but I am. And I'll tell you, the reason I did it is that having lived in Northern Virginia and in the DC area for way longer than I want to tell you, the most exciting economic development and growth opportunities exist right here in Southern Virginia. And each and every one of you are a critical part of that. And quite frankly, I believe that we continue to have an example or an opportunity to serve as a national example for other rural communities and other mid-sized communities, cities and towns and counties to emulate. But we couldn't do that without leadership. So Susan, I want to say thank you to you and your team for all the work that you've done in pulling not only this third gathering together, but the prior gatherings together as well. And we're cheating off your playbook, right? We're looking at your paper. We're looking at what you all have done here at Danville, what Laura Ashworth and other members of your team have done here. And we want to replicate some of those successes in Martinsville as well as Pittsylvania County and some of these other partners. So thank you for your leadership. I am standing here as the representative for the city of Martinsville. Our city manager, Ms. Aretha Farrell Benavides, continues to lead us. She's quite frankly the one that recruited and talked me into coming to Martinsville, and she's a heck of a saleswoman, and we're fortunate to have her. We're also fortunate to have our mayor, Elsie Jones, as well as our vice mayor, Aaron Rawls, and also members of our council, Ms. Kathy Lawson, who I think I saw earlier, Council Member Lawrence, as well as Council Member Pearson. And we are all singularly focused on housing development. I looked at the presentation last year, and our Vice Mayor, Aaron Rawls, did the presentation last year. And he said some things that were quite profound. He said, number one, we have more jobs than people. Number two, we have more people than houses. That remains the case today. We still are in dire need of single-family homes. We're still in dire need of multifamily homes. We have about 12,000 folks that come through Martinsville according to our recent housing studies for jobs and other economic development-related tasks, but we don't have a place to put them. And I know that story personally and acutely because I've been here 6 weeks, and that's my own family's challenge, is finding a place for relocation. So that remains in front of us. But in any relationship, we have to be honest brokers. So I know you're wondering, why is he not clicking through these slides? I'll tell you why. I made these slides so you can look at them, go through them after the conference, but I'm preaching to the choir here. I don't need to tell you what our sites are and what we do and what we have. I'll go through this pretty quickly, and I'll be mindful of my time. But I have to be an honest broker as well. There's some things that we need to do differently and we need to do better, right? We need to partner more with our folks in Henry County. Mark Heath is doing a phenomenal job at the EDC. We got Eric Phillips over at EDA, along with Lee Perlman and others that are helping us to reconstitute that and to build that. But we also need to look at what Pennsylvania's doing, and boy, I sure hope he tells me what's coming in the next couple of weeks. We also need to do a better job of partnering with Patrick County and some of our other surrounding counties. We're developing a new development process. So we can say to developers like Wayne Draper, who I saw earlier today, or John Garland, who's done some work with us in Martinsville, here's what our process is, right? And here's why it makes sense for you and Andrew and the Lester Group to continue to make these investments in our community. Here are the inducements and incentives that we can provide to you. But again, there's some things we need to do better and differently. One of the things that struck me, I have no idea how that happened, when I first drove into Martinsville, just driving in on any of the major thoroughfares, is the amount of blight that we have in the city. Literally, on our main thoroughfares, it's significant. There are significant buildings that we need to take aggressive enforcement action with. We have not yet done that. We're in the process of doing that. But we need to do it not only for our commercial buildings along our main thoroughfares, but we also need to do it throughout the city with our residential facilities. So there's a dramatic need for citywide code enforcement. We're looking at a pilot initiative where within 30 to 45 days, we're going to sweep the entire city. And we're going to assess every violation that exists, whether it's commercial or residential, and then work aggressively to address those. But here's part of the problem. When we look at addressing those requirements, our local ordinances and codes, do they give us enough teeth to do the things that we need to do to compel folks to bring these properties up to code? What's the return on investment for folks? Some folks would rather buy property in Martinsville and use it for storage of equipment than turn it into a mixed-use development or a commercial development or a residential development. So we need to take the benefit out of that and make it more costly for them to use it for that purpose. We also need to update our comprehensive plan. That's a lengthy process. We're in the midst of doing it now. I have a meeting next week, in fact, to talk about the kickoff, but it's going to be 2 years before that comp plan is finished. We need to do it now. We need to figure out what our requirements and what our needs are now. And there are a whole lot of folks in this room that are way smarter than I am and way more experienced than I am, and that have lived here all their lives, that can tell us what those major and critical components are, in addition to our local city elected leaders and others. We also have, as I said, this immediate need for all forms of housing, affordable, workforce, and market rate. I spoke with John, your 22-year-old foreman on your site, and I asked him, why are you still in Martinsville, and why are your peers not here? And he said to me, Eric, there's not a sit-down eatery in uptown Martinsville where we can go have a sit-down meal, and then we can go for entertainment, and then if we want to spend a night at a local hotel, where we can do that. The same storefront mirror or the same storefront items that existed when his parents went to high school still exist in Uptown, right? So those are things that we have to aggressively do. We have to create these entertainment venues and eateries and others so that we can retain our young people, have them fill the jobs that are in our local community, and have them reinvest in our community as well. I also had the pleasure of going to the VML conference last week, and Loudoun County is growing like gangbusters with these data centers. I don't know that we can be Loudoun County, but we can have data centers in Martinsville, and we have the capacity for it. We have our own internet service provider. We own our own utilities. We have some parcels that are strategically located that would be ideal for that. But there are some important lessons that we can learn not only from Loudoun County, but what Leesburg has experienced as well. And I had a lengthy conversation with the mayor of Leesburg about that. Talked about fostering a regulatory environment that allows us to spur development. Not going to spend a lot of time on that, but I also want us at the end of the day to figure out how do we encourage developers to invest in Martinsville. We heard from an economist who showed us slides, and I asked him after his presentation, where's the most opportunity for growth? I've had developers say to me, why should I invest in single-family homes or multifamily homes or commercial development in Martinsville? How do I ensure that I get the maximum return on my investment? Well, look at the numbers. Look at what the numbers say to you. Look at what the need is. Look at where the trend lines are going. Martinsville, Danville, Southern Virginia, this is where you want to be. So we need to figure out how do we sit down, put together a package that offers you the greatest return on your investment, but also meets the most critical need that we have, which is creating 3,000 units of housing in Martinsville. Here are some of the properties that we've talked about. Again, I'm not going to spend time on this. You guys can go through these slides. You can look at what these properties are, what some of the opportunities are. I'm stopping on the National Guard Armory because our hotel, we only have one right now, the Hampton Inn. So we're working to break ground on the Holiday Inn. That will begin in December. It will open in March of 2026. It will now compete with the Hampton Inn. But we have a need for at least one, if not two, additional hotels in Martinsville. That's an incredible opportunity. We're willing to talk with you about ways to incentivize you to consider it. We have land available for swap for these nutrient credits. We have some of our older, large-scale manufacturing, textile, furniture facilities. Some of these are privately owned, some of these are publicly. We're in the middle of acquiring like the VM Draper property. But again, we are willing to sit down with you and to be honest brokers with you and talk about how we make it worth your while to invest in Martinsville, to create jobs in Martinsville, but most critically important, how to create housing in Martinsville. The last thing I want to close with is on our website, on our partners' websites, you'll see what the incentives are that are available for investing in Martinsville. But also, I think we need to be innovative and creative. And one thing that we're looking to do with one of our local partners, and by the way, DeWitt House is here, I saw him earlier. We couldn't do what we do without Harvest Foundation. We couldn't do what we do without the West Piedmont Planning District, without the local Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Dickens, who I saw, I think Brunel as well. We couldn't do it without these public-private partnerships along with our philanthropic community. But we also have an ability to do more. So we sat down with West Piedmont, who has an ARS grant from the state. We have an ARS grant. And we said to them, we have almost 200 properties that we own in Martinsville, either through the city or the land bank. How do we take those properties that are blighted, that may need to be demoed, certainly can be renovated and converted to single-family homes? How do we take these properties, convert them, and make them available to families that are in dire need of housing in Martinsville? Well, why don't we take your ARS grant and our ARS grant and partner together? And then let's figure out who our third partner is, which would be a developer, right? And we'll identify 3 parcels of property at a time. West Piedmont, City of Martinsville, developer. The first 2 will be low and moderate income housing that the developer will develop, but the third will be market rate housing that the developer will develop, and the developer gets to keep those proceeds on the third parcel of property. But we're getting 3 homes for the sake of 2 using our existing inventory and this partnership that we're working on finalizing with West Piedmont. And we're hoping to show to the state, to DHCD, that we're able to be creative, do a pilot initiative in Martinsville, and then a year from now, let's scale this up. And I'm saying this to say this. We didn't get into this overnight. We're not going to solve it overnight. Vice Mayor Rawls talked about rebuilding Martinsville and putting together a new team for the rebuilding of Martinsville. That work continues. I started about 6 weeks ago now. I've had many sleepless nights. I will have many sleepless nights going forward, but I'm confident with the partners in this room that we're going to be able to solve what some of us have viewed as intractable problems. I wanted to just start an honest conversation with you this morning. This is the first conversation and hopefully not the last, and thank you for your time.
Let me say good evening. My name is James Houchins. I'm the Director for Economic Development and Tourism for the County of Patrick. For disclosure, for everyone that's here today, sort of like the other speaker that just went before me, Eric, I'm sort of new in my position. I've been in the tourism industry for about 4 years for the County of Patrick. And now I am the Economic Development Director for it as well. So it's very honoring to be here today and to be a part of all of the growth and things that you have heard thus far in the region and the other things that we have going on. I do want to just talk a little bit, just a moment, about our county in the sense, and I'll see where I've got a website. So just to talk a little bit about our county first and foremost, and then we'll get into the presentation just so that you will see what we all have to offer there here in Patrick County, in our home of Patrick County. So again, being a newbie, bear with us. Here we go. Okay. So Patrick County, Virginia, find yourself here. So Patrick County's population is just under 18,000 residents. Cost of living, again, is about 18% lower than the national average. One of the things that we really boast about with Patrick County and our area is how so centrally located that we are. To hear the growth that's taking place in Danville and the surrounding areas, we know ultimately that that is going to encompass us as well too. So working with Linda Green and the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance, I'm very excited to be a part of that. And what I'm going to show you in just a few moments is just going to be some different properties that we have open that anyone, any developer can actually reach out to us and we can get you involved in helping Patrick County grow. As we know that the housing market is very limited and we need more housing, we've already discussed that, and I've already been in some conversations with some of the other members here that's in the audience today. We hopefully that can help offset that as well. What we have in Patrick County that's so unique is that when you have individuals coming into the communities and looking for a place to live, we offer the great experience outdoor recreation in our county. We have the vistas, the mountain views, so we can offer everyone that home-style living that a lot of people crave, but also because of our location, if you desire the nightlife, if you desire other activities, you're not that far away from it. We're not that far away from Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Lynch, Ferm, College area, but also Virginia Tech. So we're very located, centrally located, so you can go have your nightlife, come back home, be able to stand in the middle of a field, see deers, bears, and everything else running around, but also have that lifestyle, but also be able to commute. Me and my partner today, we have a new small business, economic small business coordinator that we've hired to help us do some more business retention in our community. So we've got a lot of things that's going on, but we want to be the one that would give them that true country feel that they may have in their off time. They can come to Martinsville to work. We've got many different industries in our county as well too, but if they're also looking to travel up, then we can also provide that. As I said before, we're 60 miles or less from major interstates. We've got I-77, I-74, I-81, and I-40 that we're really located to. We're about 2.5 miles or less from 7 domestic and international airports. Currently, we are undergoing the expansion of an 8-mile section of Route 58, which we call the Mountain. For years in our community, we seem to be very divided by the Meadowsdan Mountain, we call there at Lover's Leap. They're actually widening that. Once the project is complete, there's going to be another phenomenal tourist attraction for us as well, because the views is going to be phenomenal. You'll be able to see 7 different counties from one particular spot on that drive down from Meadowsdan to the town of Stuart. You'll be able to see 3 counties in North Carolina and 4 counties in Virginia as well. So we're looking for a lot of, we're anticipating a lot of growth economically when that road is completed, because we have to limit the trucks to 48 footers going up in mountains. So once that is cleared up, we should see some economic growth. And a lot of this is going to sound familiar. Again, for full disclosure, being the newbie on it, a lot of this information I just took, put my spin on it, and we're going forward with it. Appalachian Power is currently investing up to $240 million in electrical upgrades across the county. We have one of the state's highest ranked public schools. So again, as these families are moving into the region and they're looking for places, we offer outstanding schools in our community, elementary, high school. We don't have a middle school, but we do an outstanding job in educating our students, and this outstanding CT program that we have there as well too, which is heavily involved here with the Institute. We have, again, the home of Patrick and Henry Community College, satellite site with Fab Lab and Megatronics facility. Several manufacturers in our community, hardwood flooring, by 10 Oaks, Maxis, again, does roll form dies, Worley Machine, Enterprises, Insight Textiles, and also Aerial Machine and Tool. And they just received a $41 million contract, so we're very fortunate for them that they will be with us in the county for several years to come. And again, as I've already indicated, the distance from Danville, south of Roanoke, Greensboro, Winston-Salem. Some of the best attractions that we have in our county, first and foremost, is Primland. We have a 5-star resort. As we tell everybody, if you're looking at Patrick County, we've got everything from 5-star luxury to primitive camping. So we can cover anything that you'd like to do if you're in the county. Now, I know this isn't a tourism summit, this is an EDA summit, but again, the aspects of what we're trying to get across to you all is that this, as the economic development, as the housing market increases and more people come into our communities, we again want to be the one that's pulling them in to that true country lifestyle that so many of us are craving as we want to go back in time, remember the good old days. I'm not sure what all those are for people, but we're going to try to present that to you in the best way we can. Home of Primland again, several attractions there as you're coming into the community. Again, a lot of different things that you can do. We're at the foot of the Blue Ridge Parkway. You've probably heard that a lot in the last little bits, but again, we're doing good with that. So the properties that I'm going to show you, again, is just going to be a couple of little things here. So the properties in 2024 from the last housing summit they had sold or pending. We have the Blue Ridge Motel. This is, again, it's still on the market. It did not sell. One of the things that I want to mention to any developer or any person who's looking, the gentleman there is very highly motivated to sell. It sits right at the entrance to the Blue Ridge Parkway. It's 17 units that he has there looking to sell, and it would be an outstanding opportunity for anyone in that particular area that's still up for sale. Downtown Stewart Strip on 407 Patrick Avenue, that has been sold. What the town of Stewart had been looking at doing their revitalization, we were pitching the idea at that particular time to use it as a mixed use, but the actual property sold, and now it's called the Depot, and it is a furniture store and other amenities in that. We had a multi-unit residential area there in the town of Stewart. It sold, and it's no longer on the market as well. So we do see some growth, and we do see some other things happening for us in the county. This is one that's very important and one that I really like to highlight too. Again, on Route 58 on Popular Drive there, 20 acres. This sits right beside our Rich Creek Corporate Park area, which we already had done some development in that. This would definitely be an awesome place for any developers that's looking to actually come in. One thing that I can say about Patrick County as a whole, we don't have zoning. The town of Stewart has a zoning, but again, we're very liberal in how we allow different things to take place into the county. So again, reach out to us if you are interested in this. And again, this is located right on Highway 58. So you wouldn't have any issues again with any truck traffic. And again, this property can be used for multiple things. But again, we know that we're looking at housing development and it'd be an outstanding place to be. So we have PSA access to that. It's within our enterprise zone. We have not as many incentives yet. I have been working with our EDA, Economic Development Authority. We're going to be looking at our comprehensive package in the upcoming months, and we're going to take a look at it, and we're going to try to do more than what Patrick County has done in the past to try to entice more investors to come into our community. Again, getting back to what everyone else has said here, working with Linda and the other team, building relationship with Martinsville, building relationships with Henry County, that is really going to help us, and I'll be taking a look at a lot of the incentives that you all have offered and try to get those incorporated too. But we want to try to get a good package out there so that we can get investors to come into the county. This property has been on the market for quite some time, right off of 58 again, right in the town of Patrick Springs. And this property could be developed to do multiple things as well with it. Again, the price right now, as you see, is a little high, but where it's been on the market for so long, I know that if you're serious and you're interested in it, let us know, and I'm sure that this price right here could be beat. This is a property on the Chestnut Avenue, Patrick Avenue property. The downtown Stewart, the town of Stewart has gotten a revitalization grant This property right here would be another outstanding property if anyone was interested in to put the conceptual drawing you see on this. Could be townhomes. It sits right across from the Star Theater that we just renovated, opened up. One Family Production has been holding things there. So as we continue to grow our downtown, we're going to have everything pretty much centrally located, that if you are in the community, once you set up residence there, if you're in this particular area, we'll have all the different amenities that you can in a very close proximity. We're working on our Mayo River Rail Trail, which is in downtown Stuart. Hopefully going to have water access to do more offerings in that. So if the townhomes went there, they would be near a theater that offers music. You'll be in the food and beverage areas, all those things there, like a lot of us have in our communities. But again, the special thing that we offer is that quiet, quaint, really back in the country style living. Again, this is another piece of property that the Landmark Drive. It has been subdivided. There's still a couple of parcels of property here. This sits right up near our living facility, our nursing home, assisted living facility, but our Mayo River Rail Trail follows along this path, so that gives them an opportunity again from the assisted living to use those facilities. But again, this would be a nice area too in the parts that are left if we are looking for single family homes to be built. Another property here, this sits right inside the town of Stuart, right outside of one of our outstanding elementary schools, Stuart Elementary School. I spoke with the owner recently. It's already been graded, already been set up to bring housing development in. He hasn't had it listed in a while, but he says he's willing to do so again. Another outstanding spot right there, centrally located within the town of Stuart. A lot of the amenities that we offer is within walking distance. You're near DeHart Park, which our swimming pool, and again, a lot of the outdoor amenities that we have in the county. Another property located right there again on Route 58, the Martin Fart Rome property. We are actually taking a look. We've got PSA in the area. We don't have sewer yet, but I'm going to be working again with the economic development in the county of Patrick that we will have sewer and water further down the Route 58. So in the upcoming months, upcoming years, you will hear of some more development in that. The seller is highly motivated to move this property as well. So again, just keep in mind, we're taking a look at doing some investments ourselves in that hopefully we can put something on that. But again, keep that in mind if you are out looking. Commerce Street property here has been sold. This is going to be my success story in the next coming slides. I won't get into it just yet. But again, we're very fortunate because we do have some units coming into the county. But what I do want to end on this is that as I continue in the role that I am in, I want to continue to build those relationships like we've already mentioned, to where that anytime there's growth, and I hope whatever Matt does be able to announce in the next coming weeks, if they are looking for places to live, we want them definitely send them up Patrick County. Our drive this morning for me and my associate as we came down, you know, we had a pretty good trip, so it's not that far, basically a straight drive up 58. So that's one of the things that we're hinging to. And again, looking at all of the other areas around, we know that Patrick County is definitely going to be a place that's going to grow from the growth that's taking place around us. And again, thank you for that. But before I take my seat, just want to make sure it's nothing against Linda, which I'm very thankful for it, but my last name is pretty unique. It's Houchins. Indian Chin, Houchins. All right? Thank y'all very much. Last but not least, one good thing about us is we're very unique to where that we are the only Patrick County in the entire world. So again, Google it. Some of you all look like I'm crazy, but it's the truth. But we are growing. We are in business, working with the town of Stuart. We have our town manager with us today, Bryce Simmons. So when I talk a little bit about my success story or our success story, he may help me elaborate a little bit. So again, thank you very much. Welcome. And again, let's do business with Patrick County. Thank you.
Well, I'm Lee Clark. I'm the Director of Planning, Zoning, and Inspections for Henry County, and I'm not new. I've been with the county for over 30 years now. Kind of tough to follow these guys that are pretty good salesmen, all of you. Eric, I'm going to tack on to something that you mentioned. You know, Martinsville, Henry County is one region, and there's one thing that we are short on. We have a shortage of new affordable housing. And that's one of the things that I'm going to focus on with this, talking about our Villa Heights project. And I'm try not to steal any of John Garland's thunder for a little bit this afternoon, but we're going to talk about a project that I think is pretty unique. Henry County, we took an interesting approach to a somewhat problem area. In our Villa Heights area of Henry County, we had some dilapidated properties that had some issues financially and tax-wise, and we also had some illegal activity that was common there, and with some creative lawyering and some good ordinances, we were able to acquire those properties and clear them all. So now, for the next few days anyway, until we record the next deed, we have those properties ready for redevelopment. Let's see. There we go. That's the kind of thing that we were dealing with there, which now no longer exists. What we're moving into is trying to develop some new affordable housing. We're also in the midst of a comprehensive plan rewrite, and as of yesterday, we had a focus group meeting with some of our housing folks in the community, and what we determined very quickly is that there is no one, and there are no developers in our county that are building single-family, freestanding, so you'd say affordable housing. So what we're going to do, and these are just some examples of the types of housing that we're going to propose on these properties. But this slide is something that I want you to focus on. The numbers vary a little bit, but we've got, and it depends on who you ask and the data that you pull it from, but anywhere between 8,000 and 10,000 people a day that choose to live outside of Martinsville and Henry County drive in every day to work. That to me is an obvious issue. Now, we do have a lot of people that drive outside the area to work, and that's fine. They go earn their paychecks, bring them home, and spend them. But that roughly 8,000 to 10,000 people a day drive into Martinsville, Henry County, which, you know, quite frankly, we've done a really good job of creating new jobs, and we're going to continue doing a good job at that. But now the goal, I see it as we need to convince those folks to live in our area, live in our region, and not only just work here, but choose to live here too, and spend those dollars where our home is. That's our goal. And as part of that, there'll be a little bit more talk this afternoon about one of the legs of that, and that is the rental housing, or the rental apartments, rather, that have been created in Henry County. But like I said, there's no one right now that's developing affordable housing, single-family, freestanding, new housing in Henry County. So what we did is we took this property. The county itself has invested roughly $228,000 for the acquisition and demolition of those dilapidated structures. Virginia Housing, thank you. You all have invested $20,000 so far in site planning and surveying for that development. West Piedmont Planning District Commission is holding the property for us when we record the deed here very shortly. We don't, in Henry County, we don't have a housing authority, so West Piedmont or the PDC is going to hold those properties while we develop them. And then we have a unique partner in Martinsville and Henry County by the name of the Harvest Foundation that is helping us greatly in providing funding to get this started and off the ground. Where we are right now, I'm kind of a nuts and bolts kind of a guy, and what we're the phase we're at right now is that we're surveying those lots, identifying where these 16 building sites will be. We're finalizing housing plans for those. We've got a number of ideas for the 2 and 3 bedroom housing units. We're meeting with contractors right now discussing these plans. And while you're here today, I know we heard a developer over here, I think, speak this morning or have a question this morning. We've got out at our chambers table outside, we've got about 8 or so different housing plans that we are considering, and we'd really like to have some contractors pick up those packages and give us some estimates on those houses. We're going to build these things at cost. We own the properties. We're going to pay the builder to build the homes, and then we're going to sell them at our cost. So since we don't have a developer doing this, you know, we don't really want to do it, but there shows that there's a need, and where there's a need, we're going to try to fill it. So Henry County is going to try to create and kickstart that to fill that need of new affordable housing. So if you would, pick up one of those packages out there or several of them and give us some estimates. We're going to narrow that down, and we're going to have bids going out very shortly to our contractors, our local contractors, modular companies, and we're going to get this off the ground and going. And I'm really confident with that number of people that we have choosing to live outside the area and work inside of Martinsville and Henry County. If we provide them the type of housing that they need, want, desire, can afford, that they're gonna come live with us. So with that, thank you.
We are running a little bit behind schedule, but you're in luck because I am always last and always a part of the cleanup crew to get us back on schedule, so I will be brief. Thanks, Matt. My name is Christy Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Halifax County Industrial Development Authority. Halifax County is the easternmost county in the Southern Virginia region, just about 25 miles east of here. Halifax County has a population of roughly 33,000 people, with the 2 largest towns being the town of South Boston and the town of Halifax. Halifax County is home to large employers such as Dollar General Distribution Center, Hitachi Energy, and Presto Products. We have a growing industrial base, with Hitachi Energy announcing 2 recent economic development expansions totaling over 250 new jobs in the next 12 to 24 months. The Halifax IDA has created and maintains a database of over 500 acres of land that have been identified for residential development. So I do have site slides that I will go through, but I will be brief in that regard, as if you need additional information, I'd be happy to provide it to you. As Matt said, we have really large counties with lots of land available. So if you're looking for a site for a residential development project, reach out, and I'm certain we can find something that suits you. My presentation and database of residential sites is focused on sites with water and sewer at the road and the suitable zoning. So just assume that is true for all the sites I will mention today. Few have conceptual designs that I'd be happy to share. Since the last housing summit, we have completed a housing market analysis through our Planning District Commission. Shout out to Erica for her hard work on that. But that analysis showed that entry-level housing conveniently located to employment opportunities is the greatest need for Halifax County. So I will start with that. With the CSG site, you will notice that I am creative in my site names. And I know this is a little bit hard to see. I'll flip to this lovely rendering, but I do have a site layout in the back that is easier to see. But this site is publicly owned. It's just under 10 acres. It's centrally located on Highway 58 near the industrial corridor and Halifax County's largest employers. This depiction here shows 96 apartments and 6 duplexes. We currently have a Virginia housing grant underway for the preliminary engineering report for this site. If you are interested in a residential development project with entry-level workforce housing, please reach out. We are prepared to move forward with this site locally at a very aggressive pace. This site is critical for Halifax County's economic development project success going forward. We are serious about moving this site forward. While we are at the very early stages, we would like to move aggressively. So if you're interested in participating in our solicitation project for developers for this site, please reach out and we'll make sure to get you the appropriate information at that time. The next site I'll mention is the last publicly owned site, but this is the Wimbush site. It's 9 acres, publicly owned in the Scottsburg area. The next site is the Henderson site, just over 100 acres, located near the commercial district near Walmart and Lowe's, near the newest Halifax County High School. This adjoins higher-end residential development areas as well. Now we're moving into the town of Halifax for sites. We have Bannister Flats. I've shown this site before at the Housing Summit, so if you've been here previously, you've probably seen it. This is a riverfront site, 89 acres, depicted here with dog park, playground, and walking trails. I have a better image at the back if you'd like to see it. Bannister Flats 2, as you can see, I'm continuing with my creative site names. It is across the street from the original Bannister Flats site and totals 55 acres. Both of these sites are in quiet residential areas near the country club and golf course and would be well suited for single-family home developments. Rock Branch in the town of South Boston. It is also near and adjoining additional residential areas. We have 48 lots depicted here of substantial size and have conceptual plans that show 2-story houses with 2,500 square feet roughly each. This is privately owned. In closing, I told you I'd be brief getting us back on track. In closing, both the town of South Boston and Halifax County offer residential development incentives. Halifax County programs will provide a grant for a 10-year period for single-family home development based on the annual payment of 50% of the grant payment will be 50% of the residential real estate taxes paid on each property, even after the developer has sold the property. So again, if you're interested in a residential development project in Halifax County, we can find you the right site. Just let me know. Thank you.
So we are going to forgo the Q&A session. I know all of you have questions for this group or want to pick up their packages. They have all volunteered to meet with you at their tables. They have more materials. So for the developers here, don't fail to see each one of them independently or their chambers where they have more information. I think what you'll see is the amount of regional work that's going on jointly between these localities. It's pretty amazing the sharing that they're doing, and I'd like to commend them. It's not just the housing, it's the workforce, the tourism, the transportation initiatives that are going on backed by our private sector, childcare, and we're rushing into energy. I see our 2 delegates, they're probably planning energy in the back as we speak because energy is going to be the next hot button for the region. All of these are regional issues. They're not independent locality issues, and whether we're marketing a 5-star hotel at Primland and the people that fly over to Virginia International Raceway in Halifax or any of the areas in the middle, it's a joint solution for us that's working together to be more powerful. I call it cooperation. You all are familiar with the football teams competing, but this is about cooperating to make our region better, stronger, and more successful. I know it's going to be. The housing is at the forefront of this because we had so many owned headquarters in our region decades ago where the leaders lived and contributed to the development of leadership, housing, and solutions in our community. We're trying to reinvigorate that, and I know we will with all your support and help. And with that, we'll end this session and start to the next one.
You. Okay, great, great, great. Okay, I think we're missing Colin. Could you please come up, sir, Mr. Wolf? Martinsville, Danville, Danville,
John Garland.
John Garland, yes, we have to get him too. Okay, I cannot find my little sheet. Okay. Okay, getting everybody.
Okay, sure. We'll give it a minute. So while we're waiting for the final speaker to arrive, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the planning committee and the execution committee for this housing summit. Susan McCulloch, who was just on stage, I'm not sure where she ran off to, and the full team across the region. If you all were somehow involved in this year's summit, could you please stand so we can thank you all for your hard work in bringing us all together today? So we'll begin the next session in about 30 seconds. How about we'll let him join when he's available. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'm Corey Bobe, the Director of Economic Development and Tourism for the City of Danville. Welcome for you all who are not from the Southern Virginia region. Welcome to Southern Virginia. We're thrilled to have you here today. As Linda had shared in her presentation, since our first housing summit, we have seen tremendous growth in housing opportunities as well as housing development in all cities, counties, and towns across Southern Virginia. And this is our point to brag about what's happened over the past 3 years. So today I am joined by both public and private sector individuals who've been part of this housing growth. First, Colin Wolf, who has a project that will soon be completed here in the city of Danville. Next to him, John Garland from Henry County. We're representing a project in Henry County. Aretha Farrell Benavides from the city of Martinsville. And he'll come back by popular demand, James Houchins, the Director of Economic Development for Patrick County. At this time, we'll have each of the individuals come up and share their story of development that has taken place within their respective communities over the past 3 years. Colin?
Hi, Danville in Southern Virginia. My name's Colin Wolf. I'm a developer. I can't tell you how excited and happy I am to be standing here right now to share with you our creation that's been 3 years in the making. But to start, I had a few questions. First question is who here loves housing? Show of hands. I mean, that's kind of rhetorical, right? 300 some people strong, I think, as a turnout. It just shows that there's lots of support for housing in our region. The next question is, who here loves apartments? Anyone like apartments out there? I love apartments. I've been doing apartments for 20 some years. Apartments are great. But the best question is, who here needs an apartment? Well, I got just your ticket. Introducing Danville's first of its kind, ground up,
brand new, full amenity, market rate apartment community, the View at Franklin. Have any of you seen this property? Show of hands? I think Corey has, yeah. Well, if you haven't seen it, do you know where it is? Well, let me show you. So here we are at the Institute, right at 58 and 29. If we go one exit north, we will come across Franklin Turnpike. So it's at the intersection of Franklin Turnpike and 29, and that is exactly how it got its name. Franklin Turnpike begins at 29. So Franklin had to be in the name, and the beginning of the name is just its natural setting. It sits on the edge of the county with views of the countryside and views of the rolling hills out into the county. So just a beautiful natural setting right there on the edge of town. So if you do go one exit north of here, take 41 north, come around the exit ramp, come off it, you'll see the Welcome to Danville in the median with crepe myrtles were blooming just a few months ago. And perched up there on the left is the view at Franklin. That's where it is. It has its own entrance off of 41, both directions. This is the master plan. We are doing it in 2 phases, and I'll get to the details of that. But wanted to point out that we have, 41 north and southbound. There's entrance onto the property. The drive is called, aptly named, the View Drive, and the View Drive cross sections the property from the north to the south. On the top side, there's up to 5 apartment buildings across both phases, and on the bottom side, there's 5 more. But it takes you all the way out to a rear entrance to North Main Street, there where the old Dutch supermarkets is on North Main Street. So it's very unique in that it's a linear layout of a apartment development, which is really cool because, as I mentioned, that the access points, it's a highway location, suburban highway location, but also you have access to downtown right off the bat. So it makes it extra special. And also it offers privacy, so the rears of all the apartment buildings don't look into other windows, right? On the south side here, there's actually a ridge line where they have views of a wooded view, and there's a creek there at the bottom. But we see perched up on the right, the first building is a clubhouse, so it has all the amenities. It has a pool. There's a mail kiosk where residents can easily hop out and get their mail and their packages and go to their unit. And there's other amenities as well. Here's what it looks like currently. We had an aerial done a couple days ago. This is the first phase. So we have 5 buildings in phase 1, 135 units. You can see the clubhouse perched up on the right and the mail kiosk, and then the second phase is up 4 to 5 more buildings to become at a later stage. So here's what the buildings look like. The front elevation is on the top, the rear elevation is on the bottom. If you look across the front, you can see that there are 4 units across the front. So those are 2-bedroom apartments. Every floor is the same. So there's 4 2-bedrooms across the front, and there is 5 units across the back. So the rear unit is a 3-bedroom apartment, and then there's 3 1-bedrooms, and then there's 1 2-bedroom. So the unit mix is 5 2-bedrooms, 3 1-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom per floor. And these are 3-story garden-rise walk-up buildings. But I wanted to point out the color scheme. We have a four color scheme. So you can see the slate blue siding, clapboard siding on floors 1 and 2. If it's not siding, it's brick. On the upper floors is vertical board and batten white siding. If you look a little closer, there is a 3rd color of siding in there. It's the balconies and the breezeways. We added a different color there to bring the depth and dimension to the balconies and breezeways. And then there's a 4th color, if anybody can see it. It's the hardware. It's the roof is black, and the gutters and downspouts are black. The balcony railings are black, and the stairwell systems are black. So that's what the buildings look like. Let's take a look at what the amenities are that we are offering. We do have a clubhouse, 3,300 square feet. When you walk in the clubhouse, up on the upper right photo, you walk into a great room. It's 12-foot high ceilings, double tray ceilings. We have a fireplace in wall on the left. It's still under construction, but that's going to be a brick mantle there, and there's going to be a large TV above it. When you look across from the fireplace, there's a kitchen area with bar tops, but the photo down below it on the right there is the View Great Room, right? So the View Great Room is the View Billiards Room. If you look out the windows, you can see the views of the countryside, as I mentioned. There's a pool out there on the left, and on the right are the views. The other things that we have inside the clubhouse is a dog wash. We love pets. Pets are welcome. We have fitness center, and we have a leasing office and a manager's office. On the outside, we have a number of other amenities. We have a pool with a sun deck lounge. Outside of the pool, we have a fire pit, and we have grilling areas. And that wooden structure there is the mail and package kiosk pavilion. That's there along the drive when you enter. But we do have tech. We got lots of tech amenities. We got 10 gig fiber internet, private circuit coming into the property. So every unit will have 1 gig up, 1 gig down fiber internet connection, Ethernet connection. But also we have a community-wide Wi-Fi. So it's 200 up, 200 down, VPN secure network. So we got some great high-speed internet coming into the property. We have access control on all the amenities. We have 24/7 access in the pet wash and also the fitness center. The fitness center is also high-tech. It's got true machines. They have 24-inch display screens, ellipticals and bikes and treadmills, and there's 40 live classes, and it's just some very nice equipment. The current photo of the fitness center is on the bottom right. And you can see the orange color. That's actually a fifth color. I'll get to in a minute on why that is. It's called Tandoori. And then if the package lockers are also tech. So when a resident gets a package in the community, they will get a text and go and type in their code on the screen in the middle there, and the door will pop open. They'll grab their package and go off to their residence. And there on the right is the upper right is EV chargers. There's 6 EV charging stations on phase 1. So next we'll look at the units. So this is the 3D floor plan of the 1 bedroom. As I said, there's 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. But first I want to point out the name of the floor plan is the Gingham. Can anyone tell me here what the Gingham is in reference to in Danville? Anyone? I know Corey can. So we named all of our floor plans as a tribute to Danville's rich heritage. And the gingham is a fabric, right, that was made famous by the late great Dan River Company. And so the 1 bedrooms are called the gingham. They're 852 square feet. Current rates are $1,555. Our goal for every floor plan was to make it as open and naturally light filled as possible. So when you enter the residence, there's the entrance. Off to the right is the kitchen. There's a kitchen island with a single sink. There is bar tops. There are stacked washer and dryers in the 1 bedrooms. They're included. We have a dining room into the living room. And on the left side, we have the primary suite with the closets in the bathroom, and there is a balcony or patio on every unit as well. So for those of you who needed a 1-bedroom apartment, what do? You go to viewatfranklin.com, click Apply Now, and get your apartment. It's easy. It's as easy as that. So here's the 2 bedrooms, right? So 2 bedrooms are called the Brightleaf. Can anyone tell me what the Brightleaf is in reference to? Tobacco, right? How do you say it? Tobacco? So tobacco is the Brightleaf tobacco crop that's still grown here and harvested today. JTI leaf is growing right here in this park. And it's yellow and orange in nature, so that's how we added our 5th color, which is orange. We have pops of orange. The doors to the units are orange, so we have some orange on the property. 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Again, we have very large floor plans, 1,200 square feet. Most of our units are 55% of our units are 2-bedroom, 2 baths, $1,795 is the rents. When you walk in here, you have a dining room off to the left, and you have the living area. You have a primary suite over on the right where you have it's kind of private. You have you enter the door. You have a hallway to the master bedroom. You have the closets, and then you have the bathroom. On the first floor, all the bathrooms have a shower, and all the bathrooms have a double sink in the masters as well. So there's a balcony on every unit. In the rear left is a 2-bedroom, and the 2nd bedroom. So that's 2 bedrooms. So what do you do if you need a 2-bedroom apartment? Go to viewatfranklin.com, click Apply Now, and get your apartment, or see us out at the booth, or stop by the property next week. So the Riverbend, what's the Riverbend about? The Dan River, right? The Dan River, of which Danville's built around, and it was it was the economic engine for the tobacco and textile industry. Today it's a cultural central icon with lots of activities, and you have the River Walk and the new River Park going in, and it's just a central focal point of Danville. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's almost 1,400 square feet, so again, very large in nature. We just, again, wanted to make when you enter through the door, we wanted you to get hit with natural light. We have 9-foot high ceilings, high hat lights. So we wanted lots of natural light on the main living area, and I believe that we accomplished that. The dining room is off to the side, kitchen's there, kitchen island again, and primary suites on the right, and then you have a bedroom on the rear left and a bedroom in the front. So what do you do if you need a 3-bedroom? Go to viewofranklin.com, click apply now, and get your apartment. All right, so to go into more detail with what's in the units, right? So we got the high-speed internet, right? 1 gig up, 1 gig down. We have the double sinks and the master bath vanities and all the and all the 2-bedroom and 3-bedrooms. We have washer and dryers in unit, also in all the units. We have a balcony or a patio in all the units. We have, this is on the bottom right photo here is what it looks like when you enter a 2-bedroom. Like I was saying, you have the dining room over here, but our goal is to make it as open, as naturally light-filled as possible. 9-foot high ceilings, hockey puck lights, and we brought the black inside. You can see the ceiling fans in the bedroom and in the living room. We have black ceiling fans in there. We have black hardware in the kitchen as well that I'm going to touch on right here. So here's a bunch of arrows with the kitchen, what's in the kitchens. That's all black hardware, right? Black pendants, black pulls on the shaker style cabinet doors. We have black gooseneck faucets and for the sinks. We have a single farm style sink on all the kitchen islands. In the kitchen island, we do have a bar top area. We have GE stainless steel appliances, really nice appliances. The stoves are 5 burners. They have a middle burner in the rear. Microwaves are beautiful. So we have, and the dishwashers are also in the kitchen island. We have wood-inspired flooring throughout as well. There's LVT, light oak, wide plank LVT, and the kitchens are really cool. The backsplashes are ceramic with white grout in them as well. So what's coming? So phase 2, I mentioned that we plan to have it up to another 5 buildings for phase 2, 4 to 5 buildings. And that will be, it'll bring garages with, there'll be a car wash in the lower right. You see there'll be a car wash in one of the bays. There'll be a pet park, and then the rear entrance off of the property to downtown is right there. And there'll be a dog park. Before I finish, this is my last slide. I wanted to recognize, I see a number of our partners here in this room that helped make this project possible. And without you, we wouldn't have been able to get it done. So first of all, the great city of Danville. Corey, Susan, thank you for just, getting us here and helping us along the way. It's been great to work with you, great partnership. LE&D, Table 14, that's our design team for our horizontal design. They're a civil engineer on the project. Brett Mason, he's our debt capital provider. Without you, we wouldn't have debt to do the project. Will with 929 is our building partner. You're just getting it done. Thank you. So that is what we have here with the View at Franklin. We are leasing for November 1st. That's next Friday. Stop by our booth, meet our team, and get your apartment. The View at Franklin, we are Danville's apartment community. And last but not least, I wanted to say something that, did you hear about the last remaining unit in the apartment building? It was last, but it wasn't leased. Go get your apartment now. Go lease it now. Thank you.
Someone's coming to push my buttons here. I don't know which buttons to push. While she's doing that, I'll get started to save a little time. I'm John Garland. I'm from Roanoke, and I'm passionate about Roanoke. I'm wearing my hat that says Roanoke Remembered. I have a podcast that you can look up on YouTube if you want to learn more about Roanoke. But I've also become very passionate about Henry County and Martinsville. and spent a good part of my life here in the past 3 years doing development here under the Historic Collective. We do historic preservation development, that's all we do. I'm passionate about old buildings. We like to take what I call buildings that are dead and turn them back to life. And we're going to show you some examples of how we and my partner Jim Cherney and our local partners with Henry County and Martinsville have been able to do that. Still pushing buttons. So we're known here locally as the Historic Collective. We've done 4 projects. And which button do I push now? Okay, this is a capsule of the 4 projects we've done. The first one was in Fieldale at the old Fieldale Elementary School, and the lady was just up here trying to get the presentation up. She went to Fieldale Elementary School, and that's how I met her, because she donated her piano that she played on her entire life to the Fieldale Auditorium. So, and I'm going to show a lot of videos, so that I'll talk less, but this is the first slide. This is a 1-bedroom. We basically take a classroom and turn it into an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment. And these, I feel like are affordable. They're $895. So is that affordable, $895? Say yes if you think that's affordable. I'm going to show you a video of a happy tenant. Okay, how do I do that?
My mom actually called me bougie. Well, I told her my requirements. I said I wanted stainless steel everything, in-house washer and dryer, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. She looked at me like I was crazy, and I was like, I can be bougie on a budget. It just worked out perfectly with this place, and I get to be bougie on a budget.
So we got to turn a rotten school into apartments, which just thrills me to no end.
My mom actually called.
We don't want to hear you again. Okay, the next one after that was Henry County, John Red Smith Elementary School. Proposals went out by Henry County. This is about 3 years ago now that the proposal went out. And I showed up, and a friend of mine showed up, Jim Cherney showed up, and there was one other that was there for a little while and wasn't interested. So Jim and I were interested, and we decided instead of competing together against each other, we'd go together and do it together. So another example of turning a classroom into apartments. And there's 39 units there, and now, again, it's taking an empty building and bringing it back to life. Another example of some of the renovations that we did. And then one we just recently completed, which is old Winn-Dixie grocery store on Fayette Street in Martinsville. We turned into 25 apartments, 2 storefront spaces, and 9 other commercial spaces. It's about a $3 million project. Again, a building has been empty for quite some time. Started out as a grocery store, then it was a furniture store, and you can see in the bottom left, we created lofts. And you can have a loft, but there's none available. They were $795, and they filled up instantaneously, because I think $795 is pretty affordable. This is the video, isn't it? How do I do a video? We did that sound for the hard of hearing, but again, all of that for $7.95, and that's why they filled up instantaneously. And we don't want to do that again. And that's the front of it you saw in the video. The rear of it, we took a little unique approach on the basement, and we're turning that into Makerspace Studios. Again, very affordable. You can get a Makerspace Studio that gives you 600 or 700 square feet for $395 or $495, so it's good for small businesses. We filled 3 of those up already with small businesses, and I'm sure we'll fill up the other ones here pretty quickly. And then the one we just started, the old BB&T Bank building in downtown Martinsville that we're very excited about. We just now started. Be about a 1.5-year process. There's going to be 63 apartments in that building, about a $13 million investment, one of the bigger projects that we've done. And again, they're going to be very affordable units. Most of those are going to be at $895 price point as well. Going to have a dedicated bike storage in it. This is a rendering of what some of those apartments will be inside the BB&T Bank building. It also has 21,000 square feet of commercial space that we're actively marketing now. We're hoping to get what we call a speakeasy down in the lower level of the BB&T, which will be one of those venues that our superintendent spoke about here earlier that says there's no place to go in Martinsville. We're hoping to provide some places to go in Martinsville, so look out for that. You can see everything. It's the tallest building in Martinsville, so you can see everything from the rooftop. We're going to put a rooftop venue as part of a commercial space, coupled with a restaurant on the lower level. Again, a front view of that. The next thing I'm going to show is another video which kind of explains why we're here and what gives us the thrills of being here. Deborah Buchanan, who's on the Henry County Board of Supervisors, one of our partners that helped us be here. She's going to talk about our project at Fielddale. This is one we made after Fielddale, and it has several people in there that I'm sure you'll recognize. And so someone will have to make this video work for me.
I said, wow, this is what the community wanted. This is what the community was hoping for.
It's going to be a very neat experience for someone to be living here. It's just going to be great.
My partner, John Garland, and I are community-minded developers. We like working within the municipal confines to take a municipal asset that's outlived its commercial or educational usefulness, revitalize it, turn it into workforce housing.
Well, to the overall community, it's incredibly important. It's important in every community, I would suspect, but particularly in ours, as we've had so much growth over the last 5 years. Affordable housing, workforce housing is a huge issue for us. We need more quality places for folks to live because we honestly don't have enough labor living in our community. We're having to import labor. We want people to move here.
Communities across the U.S. are facing a critical shortage in workforce housing. Addressing this crisis at home, the Historic Collective is actively engaged in 4 restoration projects in Martinsville and Henry County, Virginia. The Fielddale School Apartments, the School Drive Apartments in Collinsville, and the Fayette Street Lofts, and one Ellsworth building in Uptown Martinsville.
It's important because it's a building that meant a lot to the community. It served as a school for decades, both the high school and elementary school.
I was familiar with the school when it was still a school. And then, of course, when they closed the school, of course, it was sold to someone else, and it had started to fall into disrepair. So the excitement for our board was to be able to breathe new life into this building.
And breathing new life into the Fielddale School would be no easy task. In 1941, the Fielddale School was constructed to support a growing and vibrant community fueled by the expanding textile operations of Marshall Field and Company. Unfortunately, this growth wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the economic outlook within the community would change, and a difficult decision was made. In 2004, Henry County Consolidated Schools and the Fieldale building was closed for the first time in nearly 80 years. After almost 20 years of neglect, the building was in poor condition, rotting from the inside and out, in critical need of expert rehabilitation. With the Historic Collective team at the helm, the transformation has been remarkable. Once uninhabitable, the building has been meticulously restored, featuring details unique to its history as a school, while incorporating state-of-the-art modern conveniences in each of its 23 residences.
I can't think of any better use for this property than having apartments there. And you know, 1940, the workmanship and things were very well built. You're not going to get that building new. You can try, but you're just not going to recreate that.
It's going to have a phenomenal effect, in my opinion, to revitalizing Fieldale, because it's bringing back history, it's bringing back life, it's bringing people that are going to be able to serve the businesses here in the area.
The guys did a great job of preserving the school. You know, there's a lot of original walls, and they kept some of the murals, and then the outside, you know, still looks beautiful. And so, you know, historically, you know, there's a lot of little neat trinkets in a lot of the rooms. You know, there's the chalkboards and such, and the lockers, and so it has a unique look that you wouldn't get at a newer construction.
They've been great to work with. They've worked with our staff. They've reached out. I remember the first meeting I met Jim, and he really challenged me, you know, what's your vision for this place in 30 years? And he got us to thinking about what we could be, and as we want to rebuild the community. So it's been a great process.
I just see a great partnership there. I see both groups of people working together to grow this community. And you know, with the school here, you have a pool, you have a restaurant across the street. What more can you ask for?
Hopefully when you come back to Fieldale, you'll see even more people on the streets, you'll see kids at the pool, you'll see the downtown areas, these smaller communities coming back to life, which really gives, I think there's a real desire for that in the world. People of my age grew up in that kind of community. A lot of the younger folks are just now beginning to experience it for the first time, and I think they're going to like what they find here.
So the Historic Collective is thrilled to be part of the Henry County Martinsville community. We're thrilled about what's coming up. We also, I'd like to say we have a fundraiser coming up for the Fieldale community. You saw the auditorium as part of Fieldale Elementary School. We've dedicated that to the Fieldale Recreation Center. And the Fieldale Recreation Center is currently trying to figure out how to modernize and renovate the 2 swimming pools, which are the last public swimming pools in Henry County. And they're in dire need of straits. We have a luncheon coming up on November the 4th. If you're interested in participating in that, just let myself or Sherry, that's holding the camera over here at the number 1 table, and let us know. If you're from a small community, you know what some of those things mean to the community, and we're looking forward to bringing those pools back to life. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am Aretha Farrell Benavides, City Manager of the City of Martinsville. I am very pleased to be here to talk to you about our housing needs, challenges, and success stories. Now, following behind Mr. Garland, he's covered some of them, but what I'll say about Martinsville, the theme of housing for us is the theme from Field of Dreams. If you build them, they will come. And that's what we have to talk about more and more within our organization, is that we need housing. What do you need housing? When do you need it? Now. That has got to be our cheerleading squad, because basically we are finding that people are asking for more and more. What's making just kind of a table of contents is we're looking at our vacancies, maximizing our potential. Our incentives, we are offering incentives that other people in other communities cannot offer. The beauty of Martinsville, I always say, is that we've got electric, we've got water, we've got sewer, and we've got telecom all under our umbrella. And we have the ability to make deals based on that. Our development opportunities are unlimited. We have opportunities to develop land and redevelop lands throughout our community. And why invest in Martinsville? Well, all of you here know the natural beauty, the people, and all the amenities we have to offer. The city of Martinsville has been dedicated to revitalizing its housing market, offering multiple incentives, support, and other things. Our community is welcoming. We have opportunities, and those opportunities have been capitalized by many developers, and we're looking for more today. Our priority is to turn our vacant, abandoned, and underused properties into valuable housing opportunities. I tell my story as I've been in Martinsville now for 1 year. 1 year ago, I came and I interviewed in Martinsville, and there were 10 houses that I looked at on the market. By the time I met with my real estate agent, there were 5 houses left. Of those 5 houses, by the time I got to the 4th house, I said, I'll take it. Why? Because I realized that our market is competitive. There are people who want to be in our communities, and we have high quality housing and opportunities, safe communities, and things that work. So what are we doing? We're looking at our land bank. We're maximizing places and places that people can move. We're looking at what houses are available and how can we revitalize those houses. How can we offer incentives? One great success story is our Pine Hall project. We've taken homes that have been neglected, and we've worked with our CDBG funds to redevelop and help those houses, to help them to look better, feel better. We're also looking at, sometimes you can't save everything, demolition and redevelopment opportunities, adaptive reuse of other buildings. Those are the types of things we're looking at. So what makes this work? Property donations. In many cases, our city is looking at, we want development. We're willing to work with you and donate those lands in order for you to redevelop it. So we're looking at loans and bonds, tax abatement, utility rebates, administrative fee waivers, infrastructure support, all of which we're willing to do to make these things happen. So what does it mean, and why is it happening now? Well, one of the things that I take a lot of pride in, I saw, is it talked about Martinsville having the most dramatic population change. We're getting younger. Our young population is coming in, and what I'm seeing in Martinsville is young people coming home. But what do they need when they come home? Housing. When do they need it? Now. Because as I start to recruit for individuals, I'm struggling to find places for them to go. And so that's why housing means so much to us. Not only our single family homes, but multifamily housing. What we've seen post-COVID is many people are now working from home. And being able to work from home has changed that whole dynamic where people want to be a place that has MyNet. We offer MyNet, internet telecommunication. I've got water, I've got sewer, and all at a very affordable price. So opportunities are unlimited. There are so many things that we can do and so many things that are happening. As he talked about Fayette Street Lofts, it's amazing to have an apartment that on the day you cut the ribbon, you had 1 unit available. And guess what? My employee rented that 1 unit immediately after, 100% full. That doesn't happen in many places because what do we need? Housing. When do we need it? Now? Because we have people looking for housing. Fayette Street Loft offers something more modern, something that's exciting, something our community wants to do. Adaptive reuse of housing and an old Winn-Dixie site is amazing for us, but it's also amazing for our population. And this is a great success story. Now, as we move to our next level as we talk about becoming younger, we do have an aging population. It is not as large as in others, but we will all get there, God willing. Erin Mills, we kicked off Erin Mills property. This is a senior housing property that we are excited about. In fact, the day of the groundbreaking, I started getting calls saying, I need one of those units now. And I'm like, well, they're not built yet. But people are excited about the opportunity. So as we look at our seniors, we've got to find places. Many people do not want the large single-family homes, and they're looking for convenient housing. And as we know, housing is one of those things that goes with the economy. From 2010 to 2014, it was if you build it, they may come. But guess what happened after that? They came. They came in droves. I worked in a community at one time that was 50% undeveloped, and within a year of being in that community, I had 1,000 units of housing under construction. and each unit of housing sold immediately, and each moved up in price value. So what we're looking at is, what do we need in our community? We need housing. What do we need from you? Housing. What do we have? Land available for redevelopment. Now, there's also one trend that we are seeing a lot, and that's our short-term rental and conversions. These are valuable because many times in Martinsville, we have people who are temporarily located in our community, whether at the New College Institute for a training program or at our Natural History Museum where they're doing research. Short-term housing has become a very big market. And for those who are doing those conversions, we need those. As we talk about not having a hotel, many people want the feel-at-home that you get from those units. And so short-term housing is valuable. It is very important to us, and those are also housing opportunities for us. So in closing, Martinsville is open for business. We are excited about our development opportunities, and we're excited about working with you. Thank you.
Well, we got a break, y'all, coming up. So that lets me know that I can be real short. I want to give you an image right quick. As I indicated when I first came up, I'm new to the position. So how many of you all seen a surfer on a surfboard, starting out, swimming out, catching that big wave, and riding back in? Is that familiar with a lot of people? Yeah. That's the way I feel. I feel that way right now because I'm in the right position for a lot of things to happen around us in Patrick County and in the surrounding areas. This is one that fell basically in my lap as well too. And why I say that, being new to the Alliance, they ask, can anyone find a success story? And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know what success story I could tell just yet, not fully understanding everything that was going on in the county. But all of a sudden, this fell in. And this is a new facility that is coming in, apartment complex that's coming in to Patrick County. What's so unique about this is that the placement of it, again, I don't have a whole lot of information on it, but I wanted to show you that we are in the growth aspects as well too. So this is going to begin as a 32 units first, and we will have 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments as well too. We're very fortunate in the county that we've got one private sector person who has been putting money into the county, has bought several vacant properties in the town of Stuart, rented them out, revived them, rented them out, got some more businesses coming in. So this is a project that he has picked up on Commerce Street. And again, as I indicated, he had worked with the town of Stuart as well as Bryce Simmons, our town manager, and our town mayor, Ray Weiland. So we thank our town council for this. We thank it because this is definitely going to help our housing market. So we got the different sets of plans. It's going to be three stories, as you can see. So we're very fortunate to have this coming in. So the unique design of the building, so this is the outward view of what's going to take place, the exterior view. And what's so unique about this particular property, it's going to be sitting in downtown Stuart, as I'd already indicated, which is already going through a revitalization. But it's also going to be located right at the entrance to our Mayo River Rail Trail. So whatever families are able to get into these, this particular unit is going to have a natural trail right there in their backyard. We're working in the community to open up river access. They'll be in downtown Stuart. Once again, we're completed with the downtown revitalization. There'll be a tap house. There will be a Star Theater that has music shows. They have other amenities that they're starting to work into, actually going to put on plays. They're going to be around eateries. They're going to be near our farmers market. where that we have shows quite regularly and also our farmers market. So this is something that literally fell into my lap. So this is my success story, and I'm very happy about showing it. So the first complex you're going to see to the number one is what they're going to build first. It's going to be right there near the first of the road. And it's going to, again, the road will come down beside it that will actually offer, again, those outdoor amenities right in their backyard. So this is another that's coming in. And so once he builds number one, the plan is to go with number two, potentially number 3, 4, 5, and 6. So build it, and they will come. So we're very excited about that, and we know that this is definitely going to be a game changer for us in Patrick County. Okay, it's Dewberry. No, let me go back. So I just wanted to end with that. But again, I think we got us on track. But again, appreciate it. And as the former speaker had said, Aretha, we're open for business as well. Any of you contractors or developers, please come give us a chance to talk with you all, to let you know that we do have other options and things for you as well. Thank you very much.
All right. And we do have a few minutes for maybe 2 to 3 questions from the audience. Does anyone have a question for our panel? I see no hands being raised, so I'm going to make you raise your hands right now. So who in the audience is part of a development team that is either seeking an opportunity or is actively engaged in residential development in Southern Virginia? Raise those high. Okay. Who represents a financial institution that has money to lend? Raise those even higher. There we go. Who is active in planning, design, engineering in this audience? Alrighty. And then who are our contractors and suppliers out there? Now we are upcoming a 10-minute break, and everyone who raised their hand needs to connect with one another to talk about opportunities to engage in residential development activities in Southern Virginia. You are now officially cheerleaders for Southern Virginia because, as Aretha would say, what do we need? You all can do better than that. What do we need? And when do we need it? So right now, please take this 10-minute break, come back at 12:35 so we can begin lunch and our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. I wanted to take this time to thank our sponsors. I wanted to just list everybody, and really, this would not happen without our sponsors, so thank you so much. Our premier sponsor is Virginia Housing. Presenting sponsor, they are the Lester Group, PLDR Law, Dewberry, and IALR and SVRA. Platinum sponsors one platinum sponsor, the Vandola Crescent Towns. Our gold sponsors are the Dan River Region of Association of Realtors, the Riverside Roof Trust, Martinsville Henry Patrick County Association of Realtors, the Viewitt Franklin, Caesars Virginia, Hometown Holdings, LE&D Professionals, PC, Southside Investing, and Chandler Concrete. And our silver sponsors are the Danville Area Chamber of Commerce, Danville and Pittsylvania County Habitat for Humanity, the Harvest Foundation, the Tobacco Region Revitalization Commission, Danville Community College, Danville Neighborhood Development Corporation, Wilkins and Company Realtors, Martinsville Henry County Chamber of Commerce, First National Bank, Armstrong Civil, Legacy Title Services, ARC Design Build, Danville Redevelopment and Housing Authority, and Hurton Profit. Let's please give a hand for our sponsors. Thank you all. And in about 1 minute, we will invite Leslie Mantiply from Dewberry to come and talk a bit about Dewberry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please continue to enjoy your lunch as we move ahead with our lunch program and our keynote speaker. My name is Leslie Mantiply, and I am the Assistant Business Unit Manager for Dewberry for our local Danville practice. Dewberry is a national family-owned architectural, engineering, and construction firm, and the foundation that we were built upon aligns directly with the spirit of why we are all here together today. Mr. Sid Dewberry, who was a Town of Hurt native, founded the company in the mid-50s with a passion for community development and an intellect to really see the possible. The firm started as a traditional survey and land development company, focused largely in the residential market, and it has grown over nearly 70 years to become the largest AE firm headquartered in Virginia, with 60 locations and 2,500 employees, providing multidisciplinary design solutions nationwide. Our legacy practice here in Danville has served as a cornerstone to the company and truly embodies what it means to be a community-based practice. Our local team of surveyors, environmental scientists, civil engineers, and architects are dedicated to developing innovative solutions that strengthens our community and improves the quality of life. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today with all of you to learn and engage and collaborate as we look forward into the future of housing in our region. So without further ado, I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Greta J. Harris. Greta joined the Better Housing Coalition in August 2013 as the president and CEO, providing visionary, strategic, and fiscal leadership to the organization's community development initiatives. I will let Greta tell us more about the mission of BHC and all of the great work that they are engaged in. Greta earned her bachelor's degree in architecture from Virginia Tech. Go Hokies. She also earned her master's degree in architecture and urban design from Columbia University. She is a George Washington High School Eagle alumni with proud roots here in Danville, Virginia. She has been honored with awards from Leadership Metro Richmond, Virginia Business Magazine, NeighborWorks America, the Ruth Coles Harris Leadership Institute, Richmond Magazine, the YWCA, the Richmond Times-Dispatch, the Virginia Tech Black Alumni Association, and Equality Virginia. Very impressive, Greta. She loves housing so much that in her free time, she is renovating her 100-year-old home as she prepares for her retirement. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ms. Greta J. Harris.
Well, good afternoon. It's a real honor to be with you today, to be able to come back home and be so impressed with the collective efforts for economic and community development here in Southern Virginia. Last night, I had the opportunity to join others at the reception, and I was able to talk with Sherman Sanders and former Police Chief Morris, and they were sharing stories about my parents that I hadn't heard before, which made it really, really special. I was just grateful that none of my older teachers were here to share stories about me when I was a mischievous teenager and got in trouble here in Danville a few times, but it's really wonderful to be back, and honestly, after hearing the development opportunities that are going on in the region, you guys are making me salivate and think I need to move from Richmond and come back here and take advantage of some of the housing that could happen here. I'm sure many of you know of Matthew Desmond, who wrote the book Evicted, and more recently wrote the book Poverty by America. And what he does is really showcase the history of how we have some of the disparities that we're dealing with today, and has some wonderful quotes from people that are impacted by the impacts of poverty. And one of the ones that resonates with me, that sort of encapsulates the work that I've been doing for the last 35 or so years, is without stable shelter, everything else falls apart. And every day when I get up and go to work, that is a motivating factor for me to ensure that all of our neighbors have a good place to call home. So I think after listening to you all this morning, you already have this in your DNA, but it's like, why would people care about quality housing at an affordable price? And you guys are already linking economic development with housing. We've been making that argument for decades, and it's been a long time before that has clicked in a powerful way. But if you want to attract and retain talent, they need some place to live. And we heard several people speak to that effect earlier this morning. We also know that if people have a good place to live and they aren't stressed by paying 50, 60, 70% of their monthly income for having shelter, or if they aren't living in substandard housing, their mental well-being is stronger, and it gives them the opportunity to unleash their potential and be more productive in how they live their lives and contribute to a community. And there have been many, many studies that have shown that those regions and communities who lead with a perspective of inclusion and equity will attract more private investments coming into that community, because that's what lots of larger businesses are looking for, is a place where all of their employees will feel comfortable and can be their best selves. So, you know, you can't, well, let me start off by saying I love this country. I love this country greatly, and the principles upon which it was founded, even though many of those principles and actions as our country was getting started didn't include someone with my demographic profile to be able to fully participate in that. And you can't talk about housing and community development without talking about race. And when I think about the body of work that I've had the pleasure of being involved with for 3+ decades, it's really around opportunity access. That's my definition of the American dream. Not that you're guaranteed success, but in America, there's a level playing field and you get a shot to be your best self. But for some segments of our society, mainly those who are impoverished or people of color, it wasn't always a level playing field. And it wasn't just one thing, it was a variety of an accumulation of lots of different things that have created the disparities that we're still dealing with as a country today. Some of those examples could be limiting where people of color could live. I happen to live in historic Genner Park in the north side of Richmond, and my deed in my 100-year-old house, along with many of my neighbors, if you go to the original deed, it says, "Do not sell to coloreds." We look back at our land use policies on where public housing was located. In Richmond, we have 4,000 units of public housing, and 75% of them are located in poor communities of color. Where highways were located, and if you've ever been through Richmond, I-95 is a 10-lane highway at points. It went through 3 historically communities of color and undermined the economic and social fabric of those 3 neighborhoods that is still struggling to get their sea legs again. I've had the opportunity to work all across the country doing affordable housing and community and economic development, And it's amazing how many landfills and things of that nature, sewage treatment plants are all located in poor communities of color. I think many of you know about redlining, where insurance companies and banks for way too long would literally draw circles around neighborhoods that were primarily impoverished and communities of color, would take resources out of the community, but in turn would not reinvest back into those neighborhoods. We started tracking that activity over 100 years ago, and even today, those communities that were redlined are still struggling to gain their economic prowess. Even looking at World War II, when veterans were coming back home, and the GI Bill helped to promote college access and resources to buy your first home, the opportunity wasn't equally yoked for veterans of color versus white veterans. And that has helped to see the disparity between black wealth and white wealth in our country. And then lastly, I would say just from the criminal justice perspective, that the way we treated different drug usage for individuals who had a addiction problem is very different. I moved to Richmond in the early 90s, and at that time I believe that Richmond was known as the murder capital of the country. We were going through a terrible drug problem with the crack epidemic, but that was looked at as a criminal justice issue, and addicts were jailed and with felonies, and so that has a spiraling impact on someone's economic mobility when you have a felony on your record, versus the more recent opioid crisis, another addiction of drug problem that is primarily used by white individuals, and that's seen as a health issue, not a criminal justice issue. So those disparities collectively have helped to create some, again, of the inequities that we're fighting still today. So my job is wonderful because I get to meet a lot of different people from a lot of walks of life, and no 2 days are the same. And inevitably, everyone asks me, who needs affordable housing? And the answer, quite simply, is we all do. Whether you're a millionaire or someone who's making minimum wage, we all need housing that's affordable to our household income. And there is a spectrum of housing, and as different people were speaking earlier today, I think you're trying to address that spectrum from market rate all the way to people on the streets. Now, our organization has been around 35 years. We have about 2,000 affordable housing units, rentals that we own and manage. We also do for sale housing in a mixed income strategy as well. And we have done housing in all of these different buckets, from helping formerly homeless veterans to get safe shelter. We have about 1,000 very low-income seniors who honor us by living with us. We have folks with various disabilities who live with us. We work with our public housing authority and give those residents an opportunity for a different quality of life. Our sweet spot is affordable housing and workforce housing, and we also do a little bit of market rate housing because we believe that when you're doing community revitalization, being inclusive and having mixed income communities is good. One of the things that is different about our organization is that we don't just do brick and mortar. We provide an array of services for our residents to help them to thrive. And the lower your income, the more needs that you may have in order to be your best self. So our services sort of fall into three categories. With our seniors, we help them to age in place with dignity. We address things like food insecurity, social isolation, and fitness. For our working adults, we work on financial literacy, preparing people to get to living wage career ladder employment. We have a scholarship program. We will help you further your educational pursuits if you are if you live on one of our properties. And then for our younger residents, we try to provide educational and cultural enrichment services to let them know there's a great big world out there and they should dream no small dreams. When we look at America's housing needs right now that are still stemmed from the Great Recession in 2008, 9, 10, we really haven't recovered since then, mainly in many ways because we lost about half of the market rate and even nonprofit developers that were doing housing. And depending on who you ask, we're somewhere between 6 and 8 million units of housing short to meet the growing needs of our country. And we heard Ryan talk about this earlier with his data points, that when basic supply and demand is off, that drives prices up. And we are now seeing somewhere between 10 and 12 million Americans paying more than 50% of their monthly income just for housing costs. And that leaves little disposable income to help support small businesses and to buy consumer goods. And we are an economy where 75% of our economy is driven by consumer spending. More than 17 million seniors also live 200% below the federal poverty line, or about $2,400 a month in income. In our portfolio, again, we have over 1,000 seniors who live with us, and many of them have lived with us for decades because their housing options are so limited, where their average income is about $14,000 a year. So I'll let you do the math. That's a little over $1,000 a month that they're trying to pay for housing, food, medicine, and other expenses to live a good quality of life. Today, we're seeing a Black homeownership rate and subsequent wealth building opportunity at a 50-year low. Again, that disparity is growing, not getting smaller, and we have over 200 public housing units that are basically obsolete, that really don't give people hope and inspire them to be their best selves. My friend Sherry, who spoke earlier this morning, who is a dear friend and a partner as we're trying to make our region better for everyone, talked about the critical components of health, education, employment, and being equitable in how and what we do so that all citizens can thrive. And sometimes with limited resources, each of those areas of interest can compete for money, and you're trying to pit one against the other. They're all equally important. And I know that I'm biased, but we think that all of that is sitting on a foundation of quality housing choice. Because if you don't know where you're going to lay your head at night, it's really difficult to pursue your educational goals or to really be in the best position to grab that living wage paying job. And so we think that housing is critical for the success of our citizens. When we talk about housing, and I was really thrilled to see the variety of different developments that are going on here in Southern Virginia, we talk about, well, how do you do affordable housing? And honestly, it is not easy. It is much more complicated than it needs to be sometimes, because the magic sauce is really in the capital stack on the financing. Because if a market rate developer is building a home and I'm building a home, we pay the same for bricks and for 2x4s, so the cost of a market rate unit and the cost of an affordable unit are almost identical. If you are a market rate developer, and I know there's several in the room, and you guys can make sure that I'm saying this truthfully, that usually you have two sources of financing, 70 to 90% debt, depending on the cost, and then the rest is private equity, where you get investors, and I think that they're still receiving double-digit returns there. You end up financing it, you do the deal, you stabilize the deal. Most of the time, you then sell the deal, and you pay back everybody, you take your profits, and you go look for the next deal. That's sort of a short-term hold on the assets. Whereas in affordable housing, because the need is so great, we hold on to our assets long-term, and the way that we can offer rents 50 to 70% off a market is we keep our debt really, really low. It used to be 20%, and because the cost of everything has gone up since COVID, it's now up to about 30%. We utilize low-income housing tax credit equity, not private equity. This usually is coming from banks and insurance companies, and it acts more like a grant. We don't have to pay it back, and in exchange for their investment, those institutions get a reduction in their federal tax liabilities. But it also leaves a grant. And most of the time when Sherry sees me coming into the room, she's running out on the other side because I'm trying to raise money. Because we have multi-million-dollar gaps in every development that we do, and we go to local and state sources, sometimes even federal earmarks, corporate donations, and philanthropic sources. Just since 2020, we raised about $25 million of that type of grant money to fill gaps in our development pipeline. So I wanted to just showcase a couple of developments that we've been involved in. And this was an abandoned building in a quickly gentrifying neighborhood in the eastern part of the city of Richmond. And the area that had been a historically black community was going through this massive investment surge with lots of young, college-educated and well-paid individuals moving into the neighborhood. But this one property stood vacant and had people living in it. And this is one of my former colleagues walking into the building. They thought I was crazy when I said I wanted to buy it. And we were exploring that, had to step back out and go have a biohazard company come and clean it up before we could go in. We spent 3 years buying up the whole block in order to do about a $25 million development here and take what once was a liability and turning it into a new development with historic renovation and new construction. If not for one very courageous elected official who stood up against her constituents, who did not want to see this development happen, this would not have become a reality. The residents, and we have lots of community meetings when we're doing our developments, and the residents were complaining, as they always do when you have NIMBY, not in my backyard, that we were going to bring crime to the neighborhood, and that their real estate home values were going to plummet. Neither is true in the developments that we've been doing for 3.5 decades. We love doing community meetings because we see that as an opportunity to educate folks around who we're serving and how we go about doing our work. This was one of the rare times that I got up and walked out of a meeting because people were talking about folks that they didn't know, like they were dogs, and I just couldn't take it anymore. Other teammates were there and sat through it, But the fears are unfounded as we go about doing our work. And I would say of all of the developments that we've done, we haven't had one development where we had residents nearby that said, yes, we definitely want to have you invest in our neighborhood. We've always had opposition with everything that we've done. This is another development in Chesterfield County. It was called Parkley Apartments. And annually, the Chesterfield County Police Department would get about 1,000 911 calls a year because of all of the illicit activities that were going on there. It was an absentee owner who lived out of town, and he had written the project so hard and didn't put anything back in it. There were over 500 kids who lived here. And so my predecessor, after it was foreclosed on by HUD, was able to buy a 20-acre site with these buildings and families living in it for $10. HUD didn't want to have it on its hands. And we worked really hard with the police department, first of all, to be able to have a zero tolerance for any household that had illicit activities that were going on to make the overall community safer. We worked with HUD to get housing choice vouchers for every family. And then we invited the community to trust us enough to dream about something that could be different. And about 60% of the residents decided to stay. The other 40 took the vouchers and left. And working with them over a 6-month period around what do you want? What do you need in order to thrive and be your best self? And it was a lot of hard work, but we went from this to a 60-acre mixed-income, mixed-use community. And Susan and her teammates came by to see some of this work. There are 400 units of affordable housing, 200 units of senior housing, a daycare center, a health clinic, and retail that's all around this area. And then we advocated to get a regional bus stop nearby. So that's one of our shining stars in our portfolio, but there are more. This is also affordable housing in Richmond. It's in one of the most plush neighborhoods in the Fan. This was a vacant nursing home that we were able to buy. Again, we had NIMBY push back on this, and this is senior housing in downtown Richmond. This is new construction. It's actually in Henrico County, not Chesterfield, with 150 senior units that are there. That is absolutely beautiful when you walk in with a 2-story atrium with libraries and sitting areas and art galleries in our property. Bon Secours Health System is active in our region, and their only City of Richmond hospital is located in the East End. And about 20 years ago, they had about 50 vacant housing structures around that one hospital facility. And so we had a cross-sector partnership where the City of Richmond gave money to the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority bought up the vacant properties, cleared up the title, sold those cleared title vacant structures or vacant parcels to organizations like mine. I think there were 3 of us that were working on this for $1. And then we invested and created homeownership opportunities that have spurred on a revitalization around that that existing hospital asset in the neighborhood. This is a really modern and recent urban subdivision as part of a public housing redevelopment that is going on in Churchill. We competed for and won the homeownership subdivision contract, and we built 40 for-sale houses, mixed income, and they sold like hotcakes. We used a new financing tool, New Markets Tax Credits, to do that, to be able to bring down the affordability on those housing units. So we have people, actually one of the buyers is a former public housing resident who moved from public housing to homeownership. And we have houses that are selling for $450,000 there, all neighbors living side by side. This is a new development of 160 affordable apartments, 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, because we serve families with kids. And we just cut the ribbon on this on Tuesday morning with a cross-sector partnership of more than 200 people who touched this project to bring it to fruition. And then in our pipeline, we're currently working on a 150 unit subdivision, which is actually pretty unique in Richmond's north side. Our organization was able to buy 30 acres from the Housing Authority, part of an old public housing community that had been raised 20 years before. And we worked with the City of Richmond that invested $15 million of capital improvement money into our organization to create the land development. We're bringing in water, sewer, streets, curbs, sidewalks, and park areas into this subdivision. And then we're selling discounted buildable lots to Habitat for Humanity, our Community Land Trust, another nonprofit developer, and 2 for-profit developers. We designed all 6 units that will go in. They're single-family detached, duplexes, triplexes. So we'll be able to offer homeownership opportunities from folks at 50% area median income up to market rate. And we really think this is a model that we should wash and repeat in different localities. We think it's going to be a really cool thing, and we should see vertical construction starting in the first quarter of next year. One other cool project that we're working on that we're looking to close on in February of next year is the Colebrook Apartments in Chester, Virginia. There was an old motel that was blighted, and Chesterfield County was just pinging the existing owner who didn't live in Virginia anymore with code enforcement. And they also called us and said, would you be interested in buying this property? And so they got the owner and us together. We bought the property for a little bit over $1 million. We got the owner to raise the property. The unique thing about this, it was an old Green Book motel site. And for those of you who don't know, that there was a Green Book that listed, I think, motels, restaurants, and gas stations during the Jim Crow era that would list these places that would be safe for people of color traveling through the Deep South to be able to have safe haven. And so the history of that site just intrigued us, so we bought it. We have a design from Baskerville Architects that we're looking to start on early next year, and we will be able to have a large community center of about 3,500 square feet that will honor the history of the Green Book and be a multi-purpose space not only for our residents but for others in the community. And the only thing from that motel site that we still have is the original neon sign that says the Colebrook Motel for coloreds only. And we'll restore that and put it into an outdoor plaza. And then lastly, I just wanted to showcase, down in the corner is an existing property that we bought maybe 15 years ago. And I'm looking at Chris here because Virginia Housing has been a tremendous partner with us over the years. But that property is becoming obsolete. The water and sewer lines that are under the buildings are leaking left and right, and we can't sustain this because we're losing money every month with this property. And so our board is meeting next week to decide, Do we sell? Because periodically, if you do real estate development, you have to realign your portfolio. Or do you reimagine it? And we hired Lavella Architects to help us think through what a reimagination of a mixed income, mixed use development could be, with a daycare, with retail, maybe with a health hub, and affordable and workforce and market rate housing together. And this is what we're presenting to our board as an alternative to selling. And I sure hope the board goes with the reimagination, even though it's has a pretty big price tag associated with it. So in the Richmond region, we work regionally as well, though I have to say I'm taking some ideas back to share with our regional leaders in Richmond. You guys are doing some very innovative things here. But our framework is that we believe that mixed income, mixed use communities are good for everyone. And we want to work towards that goal. We believe that inclusive homeownership, not just for some, but for everyone, is critically important. One of the fastest growing demographics in our region and in our country are seniors. And a lot of them are fixed income seniors who've worked hard all of their lives, but they're living off of Social Security and a small pension. And everybody wants to live with dignity as they age in place. We need to transform public housing and mobile home communities and really upgrade the quality of options for our more modest income neighbors. And we're rethinking the repurposing of land and structures. Think office buildings, think underutilized strip shopping centers, churches, etc. And John showed us great examples of, was it the Winn-Dixie store? Is that what you would do? Yeah, I think that's so cool. So there are all sorts of creative ways to be able to bring quality housing optionality to bear. I will say that we've learned some painful lessons in Richmond, and I am duly impressed with the collaborative spirit that you have here and what you're doing to create market demand in this area. And it's very, very impressive. But here are some things, just some cautionary tales you may want to consider. You already have this, that regional strategies are the only way that you're going to have success. And because housing markets don't acknowledge imaginary jurisdictional lines. So the more you can work collaboratively across localities, I think the greater success that you'll have. Having a shared community vision with shared values and convictions, and again, this goes about how committed are you to making sure that all of your neighbors and not just some have the opportunity to be their best selves and bring their full gifts and talents to bear. I think one of the things that we missed the mark in Richmond, and I think it was the economic development director from Martinsville that was talking about vacant properties, and I would just recommend looking up at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond and looking up one of their studies called Neighborhoods in Bloom. We had a big vacancy problem in Richmond 25 years ago, and we had a different strategy of focusing how we dealt with those vacancies. What we missed the mark on was that we didn't put policies in place that assumed that we would be successful, even if that took 10 or 15 years down the road. And now what is happening is that long-term residents who lived through neighborhoods when they weren't at their best, and now that the neighborhood is turning the corner for improvement, are being pushed out of our city. And I would just caution you to put the policies in place that ensure long-term residents as well as new residents that you want to attract in get to live in harmony together. I would encourage you to be bold and to not take baby steps when you're looking at solutions, when a leap is needed in order to get to the scale of solution that you're seeking. This gathering epitomizes linking economic development and housing preservation and development. I still think you guys are doing a better job than we're doing in Richmond right now. And so very, very proud of what you're doing here. And I think as you're trying to be creative and looking at solutions, everything is on the table, from zoning updates to land donations. I didn't talk about a new development that we will be finishing up construction on in Midlothian, Virginia. It's in a great location, great schools, great amenities. We probably couldn't have afforded to build in that area, except that a family who had been watching us and supporting our work for a number of years donated 5 acres to us so that we could build affordable housing in that area. And then for the businesses, foundations, and even individuals who support this kind of work, it's long-term investments. Several people mentioned this is not quick fix work. It has taken decades, if not generations, to create some of the conditions that we have here. It's going to take a long time to be able to get those solutions. So hopefully people will have focus and longevity in mind as they go back. And then additionally, I would just say that we happen to use housing as a tool for social and racial justice. That's the body of work that I've dedicated my life to and continue to work on. I just happen to use housing and crazy financing as a way to bring opportunity access to members of our society who haven't always had access to that. And the lower income of a household that you're trying to serve, know that services of some sort need to be coupled with the shelter. We've learned hard lessons over the years in our housing industry that you just can't build your way out of poverty. It really is that economic mobility framework to help people thrive and bring their gifts and talents to bear. So if you're looking for ways to get more involved, and I'm sort of preaching to the choir here now, endorsing state and local policies that help to produce and preserve more housing. We are a Dillon Rule state, which makes things very interesting sometimes. Localities may want to do something, but we have to go to the state and get their permission to do that. We need elected officials to be brave and courageous, and then we need to stand around them and stand with them so they aren't standing by themselves when they're trying to enact laws that will make it easier to produce more quality housing. For our investors, we need meaningful grants, and when I say meaningful, I'm defining that as large-scale and sustained grants and social impact investments in order to help get this work accomplished. Again, it will take time, money, and a sustained focus in order to have equitable community transformation, which I see that the examples that were showcased through the regional samples of success, it's really, really important that we're in this for the long haul. And then I think just trying to educate yourself even more. There are great and innovative and effective policies and strategies that people are using all over the country. You don't have to reinvent the wheel in order to get good work done. So I am about 3 years or so away from retiring, hopefully, and I will have dedicated 40 years of my life doing this work. And I believe, if I'm counting the numbers straight, that I will have been involved in about $1 billion of affordable housing development around the country, and having touched in some small way about 50,000 households to have a better place to call home. And so thank you. I've been able to see I could sit here and tell you story after story of people's lives that have been changed just because they had the opportunity to lay their head in a good place and they had hope. and they were in a better position to launch their dreams. And that's what this work is about. And we know that where you live can change your life. And I'll just share one story as I end. The first property that I showed you, it was called the Citadel of Hope when we first bought it. And after the renovations were done, I was doing a tour with a funder, and it just so happened that one of our property managers was showcasing an available unit to a single dad who was moving from one of our public housing sites. And if you haven't been in a public housing unit, at least the ones in Richmond, the indoor walls are cinder blocks. They have questionable heat, no air conditioning, sometimes bars on the windows, no washer and dryer, no thermostat to control the temperature in the room. It's not a very inspiring place to live. And the father got misty-eyed and was actually crying with the fact that he said, I get to raise my boys in a place like this. And here, our units are big and bright, sunny. They have a thermostat for air conditioning and heating. They have full washer dryers, and he didn't have to go to the laundromat off-site. He had a beautiful kitchen and space for his boys to be able to dream about a better life ahead. So the work is important, and the work is important so that all citizens and not just some get to participate in the great things that are happening in our communities. So thank you very much. Keep up the good work. And I guess if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
You had showed in one of your slides there about at a black ownership and wealth is at a
yes.
all-time low, 50%,
Yes.
50-year all-time low.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any statistical reasons behind that? Or, I mean, we all can make our assumptions, but
Yeah, I think it goes back to things like again, that slide that talks about the denial of opportunity access. If you were a veteran coming back from World War II and you didn't get access to those resources to be able to buy your first home or to further your education, and again, I used to be on the Board of Visitors at Virginia Tech, go Hokies, but I love that. But you know, having a college degree does not ensure that you're going to be successful, but it gives you more options in life. And so when you have more options, you have the opportunity to have higher paying jobs. So I think it's not just one thing, it's a lot of different things. There's a disproportionate amount of people of color that are impoverished. And so in America, most wealth is built through home appreciation. And if you don't have the resources to become a homeowner, and someone else did, you know, that wealth differential continues to grow over and over. And so I think there are lots of studies that can sort of track how that disparity is what it is, and we're working really hard every day to try to get everyone, who wants to become a homeowner, the opportunity, but especially individuals and households of color to be able to reach that milestone.
last thing, so in that statement, do you think it's something, well, I'm sure I've answered my own question, but that's something that we really need to teach our youth now, that they need to be trying to get home ownership, because that can be the basis for them to, per se, come out of poverty?
I think it's a goal for some, and hopefully for many. I mean, there are other ways to make money, like long-term investing and entrepreneurship, but for most Americans, the bulk of their wealth is in that home equity appreciation. And yes, educating folks in middle school and high school about that opportunity, why they should stay in school to further their education, so that may be something that they strive to. But I will tell you that having access to quality rental housing that's affordable is also the first step towards wealth appreciation, in that if you're paying 50% of your income, that doesn't leave money for childcare, transportation, food, medicine. It also doesn't leave money for savings. So if we can lower the percentage of household income for what's going towards housing, that leaves more optionality as to how you use the rest of your money to build up your financial stability.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, is there a question on the other side?
No.
Okay.
No.
First of all, thank you for your servant's heart and your leadership over this period of time. It's just incredible. And looking at your body of work, I'm just in awe. So thank you for that. I have two questions really quickly. The first is that I am increasingly hearing from developers that they're unable to manage skyrocketing labor and construction costs. I didn't note that on your lessons learned, but is there anything that you'd like to share with us about best practices in terms of managing some of that? And then secondly, I've heard a complaint that when you've gone to underserved communities and there have been extensive renovations, et cetera, that over a period of time, 20, 30, 40 years, some of those same properties and homes are being renovated multiple times. Have you seen sustainability in your project developments where the improvements have lasted, beyond the exciting period once you cut the ribbon? And what are some lessons learned from that? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Since 2019, we've seen the average cost to deliver a unit of affordable housing go up 65%. And while the volatility of the market has been reduced, those prices are still up, and I don't think they're going to come back down. So everything has changed, and that's labor, materials. It's just gotten much more difficult. So, chasing my friend Sherry down to try to find other resources, and it's public, it's at every level of government, it's philanthropy, and it's corporate. And so I think one of the strategies is trying to align those resources. That's what we're doing in Richmond, so that it's not so hard to fill the gaps. And I think also we're modeling out mixed income development so that some of the higher rents can subsidize lower income households that we're trying to serve. And your second question was, I'm sorry, sustainability. Well, and we work very closely with Virginia Housing on this. Usually with the housing tax credit program, you're making a 15-year marriage and commitment. And usually after year 15, we refresh the property on a regular basis and recapitalize it, because everything has a useful life of so many years. So new roofing, new HVAC, new plumbing. So we build that into our pro formas so that our properties stay fresh and current, and we don't let them deteriorate as much as we can. It's difficult because not only did the cost to build a new unit of housing go up 65%, our operating costs since 2019 went up 70%. We only increased our rents 15%. So you can see the math isn't mathing so well anymore, but we're working in partnership with Virginia Housing and the State Department of Housing in order to figure out long-term solutions so that the quality remains in all of our affordable housing stock. Well, thank you very much, and best of luck to continue going forward here. Thank you.
We wanted to recognize our dignitaries today. Can Senator Tammy Mulkey and Delegate Danny Marshall, please stand up. Thank you for coming. Oh, please stand up. Thank you so much. And could our elected officials please stand up so that we can recognize you today? Thank you all. And also have the regional partners that have worked so hard to make this project possible. I'd like to recognize you and ask you to please stand up as well, from Patrick County, Henry County, City of Danville, City of Martinsville, Pittsylvania County. Please stand up. Thank you all. And now that you've had a great lunch and you've learned from Greta Harris, it's time to get up and stretch and visit exhibitors and network as the Institute catering staff changes the room for our final session. We will reconvene at 1:50, 1:55, and then we'll learn from our financial resources panel. Thank you so much. We'll give you a 3-minute warning.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're ready to get started with our final session for this afternoon. My name is Kelvin Perry. I'm the Assistant Director for Economic Development and Tourism for the City of Danville, Virginia. So glad that you all have joined us today, and we're to the most important part of the evening. How are you going to finance these projects? So we have 3 panelists here. A good round of applause. Thank you. And they're going to be talking about what resources or financing resources are available at the local, regional, state, and federal level to support housing development. We're thrilled to have these partners present this afternoon. You can read their bios in your program. Our speakers this afternoon will be Jake Nagel, who's Director of Homeownership Lending for Virginia Housing. He'll be followed by Stephen Verson, who's the Deputy Director for the Virginia Tobacco Region Revitalization Commission, and Katie Gutshaw, who's the Director of Historic Preservation, Hill Studio. So welcome our speakers today, and please give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Jake Nagel, Director of Homeownership Lending with Virginia Housing, Virginia's state housing finance agency. The objective for my portion of the discussion today is to talk about opportunities to support the development through grant funding offered through Virginia Housing, as well as opportunities to support home buyers directly, as well as development for rental and multifamily. So who is Virginia Housing? We are the state's housing finance agency, as I mentioned, and our objective and our mission is to help Virginians attain quality, affordable housing. And we do that through a number of channels. Primarily our 3 programmatic channels are what I'm going to talk about today, and those are the opportunities that support the homeownership efforts. And so we have a homeownership division that's catering more directly toward home buyers through our lender partner network, as well as our direct retail channel network. We have a multifamily division that focuses on supporting the development of rental and multifamily opportunities. And then we have an outreach team that is encompassing of educational opportunities, both to our partners as well as directly to home buyers. They also facilitate a lot of the grants, which I felt like this morning the panel was kind of a billboard for some of those that I'll talk about. And so you got some real world examples of how some of that grant funding has assisted in supporting those in this region in developing opportunities for homeownership and other affordable housing. Looking at the homeownership side, so I'm going to kind of go a little bit backwards and start with how we support the home buyer directly when it comes time to purchase the home. Our programs offer financing for historically first-time home buyers, and in December of last year, we rolled out an expanded program that allows us to also serve repeat home buyers. Our objective is still to serve those in the low to moderate income brackets. However, we recognize the need to support those repeat home buyers as well, as that creates more opportunity and inventory for first-time home buyers as they're moving on to their next home. We also leverage relationships with real estate agents, other housing advocate partners, and localities like a lot of the individuals in the room today. And we are here to support you all, and we have grant funding, and it's so important to us that we make you aware of those opportunities, because if we have those opportunities and they're not being utilized, then it's not an effective effort toward affordable housing solutions. And in particular, in this region, while there is some access to traditional lenders, and we work with a lot of those partners, the other impact that we have in this region, including Southwest Virginia and the Eastern Shore, is the option to access the application process through a mobile mortgage office. And so on the screen, you'll see a picture of Alan Anders, who serves this region with the direct originations team, strategic lending at Virginia Housing. And so we're able to create access to a traditional process of pre-qualification, education, and the mobile mortgage office is truly a office on wheels. And so Alan drives around, as well as Sam Hanks in our Southwest area, and sets up in areas that create access to home buyers for education, pre-qualification, in what would be pretty much a traditional setting of walking into an office, sitting down across from a desk, and having a really in-depth, thorough conversation on the home buying process. Homeownership assistance is a lot of what we do and focus on to support affordable homeownership in Virginia from the Virginia housing perspective. And so we offer down payment assistance grants, which help subsidize some of the cost associated with the down payment in purchasing a home. And so depending on the specific loan program, if we're doing conventional financing, we can do 2% of the lesser of the sales price or the appraised value. If we do FHA financing, we can do 2.5%. And so those two programs in our product suite require some sort of down payment, whether it's 3% on conventional or 3.5% on FHA financing. And so what this grant program does, which is truly a gift fund, so there's no repayment and there's no affordability period that the borrower needs to remain in the home for a specific period of time to avoid repayment. This is gift money at the time of closing. And so while there is still some opportunity for the borrower to need to bring some funding, the additional benefit to some of these grants is the ability to layer them with other grant funding from localities and from other nonprofits across the region. And so while it may not cover the entire 3.5% in the example of an FHA loan, we can partner with others that offer additional assistance so that the borrower is bringing nothing to closing. Similarly to the down payment assistance grant that we also have and offer a closing cost assistance grant. And so this is geared toward programs that don't require a down payment, like USDA rural development loans or VA financing, but there are still closing costs associated with those loans. And so this, again, is free money, no specific period where the borrower would need to repay if they sold the house. We prefer they stay in the house, but there's no requirements or restrictions that would prevent the borrower from moving on to a new house if their financial situation aligns in the next 2 to 3 years. And so our closing cost assistance grant is 2% for both VA and USDA rural development loans. And again, the objective of these grants is to overcome some of the historic barriers to access, particularly for first-time home buyers. With the announcement of our enhanced program in December of 2023, we restructured a little bit on how we offer assistance. And so we have our grant funding that caters more toward the 80% AMI or lower. We also have a plus second mortgage, which is a fully amortizing second lien over the 30-year term of the mortgage. And it does have an interest rate, but by amortizing it over the 30-year term, it creates a more affordable payment so that the borrower can finance some of the closing costs or down payment. So those are some of the opportunities that we have on the homeownership side. The other really exciting opportunity to reduce the expense or burden, especially on first-time home buyers, is our sponsoring partnerships and revitalizing communities effort. We refer to it as SPARK, and this allows for 1% reduction in the posted interest rate, and that's available through our strategic lending team, which would be Alan through the mobile mortgage office. It's also available through various localities and nonprofits across Virginia that you can utilize that to reduce the interest rate, again, creating a more affordable payment for homeownership. We have a couple tools. We recognize that education is a significant component of homeownership, not just pre-education prior to the purchase, but ongoing education. So kind of starting at the front, and there are a couple QR codes here that will be available when we publish this as well. Our website is full of resources. And so kind of starting on the front end, our lending wizard allows anybody, partners, borrowers, realtors, lenders, to go in and plug in criteria from a specific borrower and work through the process of what eligible programs that would serve that borrower. And so we recommend that, of course, we use the phrase garbage in, garbage out. So it's important to be very intentional about the data that you're entering, but this is kind of a high level, quick down and dirty of what access a specific borrower based off of their situation may be able to utilize through Virginia Housing. We also have a home loan options booklet, which gives more thorough explanations of each of the grant assistance options and the plus second mortgage that I referenced. So there is a website, we have a virtual book, we also have a stack of these on the table out in the exhibit hall, so I encourage you to grab a couple of those. They are really useful resources that break down into common terms for borrowers how they can utilize some of these programs to support the purchasing of a home. A couple programs I wanted to highlight on the homeownership side before I switch over to grants and multifamily. We have embarked a couple years ago in June of 2021, we rolled out a community land trust pilot. And this is something that has taken traction primarily in the Richmond MSA region, but we're seeing this being adopted more across the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so what I would encourage you to do, if you have questions about the program and the benefits of community land trusts, let us know. We can connect you with our partners, but we also have an internal team in the programs area that can help support you in understanding the benefits. They are able to be coupled with our grant solutions, again, creating more affordable opportunities. And the most significant impact is that there is a unique loan-to-value calculation for community land trusts, recognizing that the land is owned by the community land trust. The home is owned by the borrower, but the way that we calculate the LTV, which is permitted by the insurers and GSEs, results in an average loan-to-value of 58%. And so the most significant impact to the borrower in these instances is that they don't have to have mortgage insurance. And depending on the purchase price of the home, that can save the borrower $200-ish a month. And so when we talk about affordability, while there are some nuances and there's navigating the discussion of land versus home ownership in a CLT model, there are values and really beneficial opportunities in the CLT pilot program. Manufactured housing is another really great opportunity, and manufactured housing has come a really long way from what it was yesteryear. Today's manufactured housing, I would challenge you to put it up against any stick-built home and really define the difference. We're talking drywall and really quality home options through manufactured housing, and Virginia Housing is here to support the financing of those products. So we specifically, and in this photo, we did a choice home with Freddie Mac, and this property was located in Danville, and we did this in the last couple of years, and so it really is, again, another opportunity to create affordable access to home ownership. And I'll make a quick plug in some discussions that we're hearing that are not only kind of at the forefront for Virginia, but nationwide is the concept of a duplex manufactured home. And so these are 2-bedroom, 2-bath, or potentially more, depending on the specific layout that the home buyer chooses. And it creates more affordable access to home ownership. I believe the units are around 150, 175. Randy can correct me if he's still here. Randy Grumbine, but those are really affordable solutions, and it's really strong and great quality for homeownership. So switching over to multifamily, and I will confess, homeownership is my jam, so I'm going a little out of my territory, but we have a lot of experts from Virginia Housing here, and we can certainly make connections to others back at headquarters. So the multifamily objective is primarily serving opportunities for rental housing and how we can help support the development of rental housing. And so a couple of those options that we serve is pre-development loan funding. And so pre-development loan funding helps with some of the financing and technical aspects and figuring out what that looks like to create affordable housing in a multifamily setting. We also engage in housing credits. So Virginia Housing is the administrator of the state's housing tax credit program, and that program incentivizes developers to build affordable housing in return for setting aside a percentage of those as designated affordable units. We also focus a lot on workforce housing, which is kind of an ambiguous term, but it's creating opportunities for those who work in the region to live in the region. And so we focus primarily on creating opportunities for those borrowers in the 80% AMI range and creating opportunities again for mixed use and mixed income, creating opportunities for affordable housing right next to market rate housing. To create or to reduce the disparity or the perception of disparity between affordable versus market rate. And then the other component is low-income housing tax credits, which we've heard a lot about today, and Virginia Housing is certainly able to help facilitate those opportunities and opportunities to support development through the low-income housing tax credit program. So our grant funding, which again happens through our community outreach team, we have a few of them here today, so I encourage you to stop by the table if you have specific questions. And I'll go kind of high level because you heard a lot of the success stories and how these have been utilized firsthand in the region from some of our localities earlier on the panel today. So at a high level, some of those programs are our capacity grant program and then our community impact grant program. And so I'll dive a little bit into each of those to give you some perspective. Our capacity building grant is focused on strengthening operations, processes, resources, and it's available to nonprofits, localities, really to help design and understand what succession plan looks like. And so it really is designed around a 3 to 5 year plan. And so we support funding to plan that out and allocate resources to succession planning. When we look at our community impact grant, and this is where you heard a lot this morning about how we've been able to serve this region and support homeownership and development, consists of planning, which has market and project analysis, which we heard a little bit about that in Danville specifically, and looking at how to understand the impact and assess the potential benefits in certain regions, creating homeownership opportunities. We also have a community engagement, which is a planning-ish grant. And so it's focused on engaging communities and citizens and understanding from an educational perspective what the objectives are. We also heard a little bit from Greta, the NIMBYism, and so these are opportunities to access grant funding, to pull the community together, create listening sessions, and really educate on the opportunities and the benefits of development within different regions. There's also a stabilization and deconstruction, and it kind of goes along with the planning program and construction as well. And these are all designed to help with some of those dilapidated buildings where they've not been kept up, and there's an opportunity to convert those, rehab those, rebuild those. And so we're here to help throughout that process with grant funding, from the planning process on building out what the future looks like to actually developing the program and then the construction as well. And so we have varying degrees of what that grant funding looks like. And so if that's something that fits your business model and you could use some assistance or support there, we are the ones to reach out to. We are happy to discuss what our grant options are and the application process for each of those grants. And then I'll close out with just kind of a little bit of a background on how we fund these programs. So while we are the state's housing finance agency, we are quasi-state, which means we don't actually accept the funding from the state. These are generated through our programs. We service our entire portfolio of origination loans. And so that creates an opportunity for us to give back through the revenue. And so we dedicate through resources enabling affordable community housing in Virginia, which we all refer to as REACH, which is far easier to say. And so that allows us to provide these grant opportunities in homeownership and community outreach and through our rental multifamily. And again, those are a portion of our net proceeds or net income that we give back to support our mission of creating opportunities for attainable and affordable homeownership across Virginia. So that was a lot. I tried to cover it pretty high level, but we have an excellent website with a lot of specifics. We have a great team here. And if you want to catch me at the table afterwards, I can also make some connections with our experts internally at Virginia Housing. We are here to help you, and we are all here to serve and support the same mission of creating opportunities for homeownership. And we're also here to create affordable housing for those that homeownership may not be the right track. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Verson. I'm the Deputy Director of the Virginia Tobacco Region Revitalization Commission, but mostly called the Tobacco Commission. We heard a lot of great programs from Virginia Housing. We were very fortunate to have such a strong organization in the state serving the community. They have a variety of different programs that fit a lot of different needs. I'm here to talk about one program, but it's new, and this is actually the first time it'll be presented publicly to the group. So first, while I feel very comfortable here, we do a lot of events at ILR. Danville is sort of, in many ways, kind of the home base for the Tobacco Commission, but housing is an area that we are not typically involved in. I'll talk a little bit more about it. So I first wanted to start out with an introduction of who we are and kind of how we got here. So the Tobacco Commission, first of all, is we serve only a portion of the state, about 40 localities in southern and southwest Virginia, broken into our southern and southwest regions on the map. And we got here in sort of an interesting way. So I think everyone remembers back in the 90s, there were lawsuits against the tobacco companies who had not been entirely honest about the harms of smoking. And in 1998, there was a master settlement agreement between the 4 big tobacco companies in 46 states, where those companies agreed to pay the states literally billions of dollars every year in perpetuity. Virginia did something unusual with those funds. Virginia and North Carolina were one of the only states that took this path, where some leadership at the time said, hey, we're getting a lot of these funds in. We're going to dedicate half of these tobacco payments to help revitalize and rebuild the communities impacted by the loss of the tobacco industry. And so in 1999, the Tobacco Commission was born. They took about half of those proceeds, or exactly half of those proceeds, to carry out their mission. At the same time, a small amount, a little less than 10%, was given to another organization, also turning 25 this year, called the Virginia Foundation for Healthy Youth. And the remainder of the funds went to pay for healthcare costs, which is what most states put all their funding towards. So that commission has been around since 1999, currently made up of a 28-member body, and with the mission of providing economic revitalization grant funding to the tobacco region. This is a little in the weeds, but in 2005 and 2007, the commission took half of that commitment from the tobacco companies to pay for the cost of smoking, and they turned it into bonds, essentially putting the risks on someplace else, creating a large sum of funds that was put in the state treasury, and that's what we have been sort of spending down ever since. So it's an interesting arrangement, but it has been a real windfall for this portion of the state. So where have these funds been going to? That's sort of the first question. I know this is really small print, I apologize, but if you look at sort of the largest amount of this fund, about a third of all the money the commission has spent, so about $1.5 billion since 1999, about a third of that has gone towards sites and infrastructures. We heard about Cane Creek and Berry Hill earlier from Matt Rowe. We heard about all the other exciting industrial developments happening in the region. A lot of that was made possible by funding from the commission. We also invested in broadband heavily. Now the federal government has really stepped up in that area, but the commission had a significant impact in bringing broadband to southern and southwest Virginia. And then the other biggest sectors for our investment has been in workforce education, helping bring people to the region. And then beyond those major categories, significant investments have gone into research and development, agribusiness development, tourism, general economic development, a lot of different things. And I share all this because you can see we've done a lot over these years, but nowhere up there will you see anything about housing, because we've never done anything with housing before. The closest that the commission has worked with housing in the past has been investing typically in downtown revitalization projects, investing in some of the commercial activity that might happen on the first floor, and that investment could help make a larger housing, the whole project, which would have housing happen, but never before. So the question is, why housing? Why are we here? This is, as I understand it, the first time I think a commission, Tobacco Commission staff person has ever spoke at a housing event. So I'm glad to have that opportunity. So what are we doing here? And this is how we came to this spot. In large part because of all the good things that have happened, both in the communities, both through the investment that the commission has made. The economy of this region is growing. We're seeing record new investment, job growth, and which is a wonderful thing. But at the same time, there's this broad recognition that we're getting jobs, but there's no place for these individuals to live. And this lack of housing, especially workforce housing, the type of starter homes that many of the individuals who work at these new manufacturers are looking for, there's no place for them to live. And that lack of housing is making the area less competitive for getting that next project, that next expansion. So we saw as essential to helping to carry out our economic development mission to be involved in housing. We also thought a housing program would allow our region to sort of differentiate itself from other parts of the state who were in other states who we're in competition with, and most importantly, to provide our allies, the local governments who you heard from earlier, a tool to help them make their communities more appealing to land these projects. So we made the decision, yes, housing is important. It's important for the commission to be part of that conversation. Now, how should we become involved in this? I mean, housing it's just a massive, it's its own giant thing, and it'd be very easy for the commission to get swallowed up into that. But we're trying to figure out, is there a spot in the housing arena where we could have an impact? And with a lot of excellent input from our friends at Virginia Housing, DHCD, back commissioners, Delegate Danny Marshall played a central role in helping us to develop this program, put us in touch with the folks at the Virginia Housing Commission. We were able to come up with a program that we think can be part of the solution in certain cases for workforce housing. You know, to put it in a nutshell, what we're trying to do with this program is, tied to economic development and to sort of take a modest amount of Tobacco Commission funds, use the energy and excitement that happens when an economic development project is going to happen to bring together the local government, the employer, the state's housing community to come up with a new solution, a new approach that will bring more workforce housing to the region, that will help that employer build a longer standing relationship with that community. So it's pretty narrowly constructed, but it's unique, and we're hoping that it will have a positive impact on these projects. So let me quickly go through the basics, and we can ask a few questions at the end. So what we are doing, again, this is a tool for local governments, so they're the ones who make the applications. We've put $2 million into this pilot fund. The maximum award is going to be $1 million. We are, at this point, providing up to $35,000 to an individual unit. What's really critical is the type of housing units that we are seeking to build. It's those, that sort of missing middle, the workforce housing, the starter homes, those units that the market on its own so far does not seem to be creating. And those are the units between, targeting between 80 and 120% of the area median income. We also want the communities we work with to be serious about workforce housing, so they need to have a housing plan. Because this award is tied to economic development projects, we will accept applications on a rolling basis. But it's important that they be tied to an economic development project. We're trying to use that one particular window of opportunity that's opened when communities are trying to land a project to make some good things happen and for us to be at the table to help move it along. So in addition to these larger criteria that it needs to be this income range and tied to economic development, we're looking for projects that are generating meaningful support from the locality. Are they going to rezone property? Will they donate property? Will they do something innovative like creating a tax increment financing district? We want to, $35,000 is great, but we all know that's not enough to make these things happen. So we need to get funding from other partners, and we want to see them involved in these projects as well. One of the things that differentiates this program is our desire to have employer participation, whether it be direct involvement in a project or perhaps a cost share, rental share program for some of their employees, whatever it is where they can contribute to making the housing project a success and are involved in the solutions. We love projects that achieve other community development goals. If there is vacant space on the second floor of street fronts in downtown, and this project can help put apartments in there, fantastic. And then at the end of the day, what we're hoping to do is to be able to help create and demonstrate a new model that brings new partners to the table to help address the workforce housing shortage. So people that are interested in this, we've got a place on our website where you can tell us a little bit about your project. We'll work with you to see if there's ways we can help move it forward. This is a pilot program, so we continue to look at this and see if there's new ways we can change it, to tweak it, to make it more effective. But at the end of the day, if you've got a project, we want to hear about it, and we encourage you to reach out to us and have that conversation. So, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Gutschall, and I am the Director of Historic Preservation at Hill Studio, which is located in Roanoke. We are a multidiscipline design firm that specializes in community building, and a lot of our projects are in Southwest Virginia and in Southern Virginia. In fact, when I joined Hill Studio almost 12 years ago, my first project was in Danville, and I've had the honor to continue to work here ever since on a lot of really great projects. So Danville almost feels like a second home to me. So feel really good and at home here. We have 4 studios: community planning, landscape architecture, and historic preservation. And our historic preservation studio, the projects we tend to work on are historic architectural survey projects, National Register nominations, and historic tax credit projects, which is what I am here to talk to you all about today. The historic tax credits are a very important tool that can help to stimulate housing development. So what are the historic rehabilitation tax credits? So simply put, the program provides a tax incentive for rehabilitating historic buildings. You do have to follow certain standards, which I'll get into a little bit in some later slides. But it reduces the income tax liability of the building owner who undertakes the rehabilitation work. And I'll get into that a little bit more as well. So tax credits, they make a lot of really great things happen for communities. The tax credits create jobs. They can help generate private investment. They increase housing inventory. And they revitalize communities by really breathing new life into buildings that were vacant or underutilized previously. And it also really promotes cultural heritage. And you might recognize a few of these buildings I have shown on this slide. The B Hotel in Danville is one of them, and the former Richmond Cedar Works property in the River District in Danville is another one. These are all successful conversions, and many of these are for apartments and housing. So there are 2 credits, 2 separate programs, and it's important to note that these can be coupled together. The federal credit is administered by the National Park Service. It is for income-producing properties only, and it's a 20% credit. So what that means is if you spend $100,000 on your rehabilitation, you get $20,000 back as a tax credit, which can be very helpful for making the financing of these projects make sense. There is a 5-year holding period for the federal program, which means that you cannot sell the building or the property for 5 years after your project has been approved. And there is a 20-year carry-forward period for the credits, so you can use those for 20 years going forward after your project's complete, and a 1-year carry-back. For the state credit, that is administered by the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, which is based in Richmond. It is for income-producing properties, but it can also be used for owner-occupied buildings, so homeowners are able to take advantage of that tax credit. This is a 25% credit. So again, coupled with the federal credit, 45% back as a credit, which can be very helpful. There's no holding period for the state credit, so that means that if you rehab a house or a building, you can sell it immediately. And there is a 10-year carry-forward period for the state credit. And the application process is the same, so if you're interested in participating in both of the programs, you submit one application that goes to both of those, the state and the federal bodies that review those. So to be eligible to participate in the program, the property needs to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. So it can either be individually listed as a standalone building, or it can be a contributing building to a historic district. And for the state credit only, the building doesn't actually need to be listed. It could just be determined eligible for listing to the National Register. So important distinction. It's actually the Virginia Landmarks Register for that. It only needs to be eligible for that register. So eligible expenses, they must be capital in nature. So any work done to the building itself would qualify. So this would include any repair work that you would do, remodeling, any new systems like plumbing, electrical, HVAC, that would all count. Certain soft costs are also eligible expenses. That would include architectural fees, historic consultant fees, engineering fees, construction period taxes and interest, reasonable developer fees, and any state and federal review fees for the application. What it does not include is acquisition costs, any expenditures attributable to the enlargement of the building, such as an addition. Those expenses would not count, but if you have an existing addition, any work within that would qualify. So that's an important distinction. And landscaping and site work also does not count. And there are specific spending thresholds that are specific to each program, and those must be met during a certain measuring period. So just something to keep in mind. All work that's done to the property must meet a set of standards called the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. And these are inherently flexible standards that do recognize that a property needs to be adapted or changed to fit a new use. So for example, if you have a 100-year-old house that didn't have central air conditioning, you are able to incorporate new systems like that. It is not a restoration program. And another important part of that is you need to retain character-defining features of the building. That's another important part of the standards. So the application process is 3 parts. Part 1 is the evaluation of significance. So that's basically submitting the paperwork that shows that your building is either contributing to a historic district or is individually listed. Part 2 is really the meat of the application. That is where you outline your plans with a set of drawings that show what the building looked like before and what your proposed work would be. There are pre-rehabilitation photographs that are comprehensive of the building that you would need to submit. And you'd also need to narrate your work with a text written description. And then part 3 of the application, that's done at the end, and it includes photos of the work once it's completed. And there is also a CPA report that needs to be done that reviews all the costs and basically tells you what's eligible, what's not, and determines the amount of credits you would get back. So using tax credits to create housing, how can these be used to help finance housing? So kind of the low-hanging fruit is using properties that were historically used as residential properties. So for example, single-family houses, they can be successfully converted, and rehabilitated for a new homeowner. Duplexes, and also multifamily apartment complexes. So a few examples here. And then thinking a little bit more out of the box, adaptive reuse properties, so adapting a building that was not historically used for housing, such as churches, factories, commercial buildings. We've seen healthcare facilities, schools, you name it. You know, with a little bit of creativity, you can really convert anything for housing, as long as you're retaining those character-defining features of the building. You can incorporate housing into most building types. So I'll close it out with a case study example. I feel like schools have been kind of a theme of today, but schools are a really great property type that can be converted relatively easily for housing. So this example is in Benton, Virginia. It is the old Roland D. Cook Elementary School. It was built in 1915. It had a 1924 rear addition. And it was successfully converted into 21 market rate apartment units. So as you can see in the photo in the top right-hand corner, the building had all of its windows replaced in the 1960s. So a big part of the project was looking at historic photographs to try to establish what the historic windows looked like in the building, and we were able to find some of those and document them and reinstall historically appropriate double hung sash windows that are energy efficient. So in the photo in the bottom right corner, that's what it looks like afterwards. So we basically restored the historic facade of the building. Another success of the project was retaining the historic auditorium space with the stage. This is on the second floor of the addition. And again, that's a community space. There's an elevator incorporated behind the stage that was added for ADA access. And then 2 apartment units were incorporated behind the stage. The historic corridors and primary spaces were preserved as part of the project. And the apartment units themselves were incorporated into the former classroom spaces and historic features like the chalkboards and wood floors, the arched cloakrooms, which I don't, yep, the upper right picture shows a picture of that. Those were used for closets and bathrooms. So some pretty neat design features and historic character was preserved that, you know, really makes these units unique. So that's all I have. Thank you, everyone. I think we'll accept questions if anyone has any.
Are there any questions? You all did such a great job. No questions.
I had a question.
Yes, Susan.
Sorry. Okay, for Stephen, could you provide like a scenario of how the developer would partner with the home builder and the company?
All right, sure, thank you. So this is a pilot program, and this is something we haven't done before, so we're sort of imagining what the scenario would be. But we do know that employers are deeply concerned about where people are going to live, and some employers, we believe, are willing to get significantly invested in finding that solution. So the program we created, if you look at we have a brochure out there, and we have the guidelines on our website. If you look at them, they're pretty broad guidelines. They're almost like a sort of a list of goals of what we want to have, and that is intentionally vague because these solutions are complicated, and we don't know exactly what one could be. But just one scenario could be if there's a major employer that was looking to do a large expansion in the area, and one of the things they're worried about was, okay, we're going to bring some people in, but we don't really have a place to stay, put them up. It's going to take us a little while to get this construction done, so we've got 18 months to come up with a solution. Well, the locality who's really interested in helping them land that expansion says, hey, we've got these 2 structures in downtown that we own. We don't know what we're going to do. There's a nonprofit housing developer that's talked about doing things, but we can't put the financing together. Is there an opportunity for us to work together to where a number of different funders could come in? We could be one of them that could convert the second story of those storefront apartments the storefronts into, say 24 apartments. If the employer was willing to provide, say, a partial stipend for individuals who rented that property as part of their compensation when they come on, that'd be sort of a meaningful contribution they could make to that project. If the locality was interested in donating or providing those buildings at a reduced cost, if we could partner with Virginia Housing or others to bring additional funding to it, and then our funds, which have the sort of lease strings attached, could come in and fill in the gaps in the model where they're needed to help make that happen. This is sort of one possible scenario, but we know that every scenario is different, and we hope that if we do this a few times, maybe we can come across a model that would really work in a number of different locations.
Thank you. So would a good start be to bring the developer in, work with economic development, and pull the Tobacco Commission in? Because
yeah, I mean, I think the commission, we do economic development and not housing, so we are really going to be relying on the development community, the housing community, others to sort of take the lead on putting together the project. But we want to be at the table to see where our resources can come in and be most effective. And we're here to be sort of part of the solution, and it's hoped that by our involvement, we'll be able to bring other potential funders to the table as well. But I mean, to answer the question is, really working for the locality to work with either the for-profit or nonprofit housing developer to get an idea and then come to us to help begin to craft the solution.
Thank you.
There's a question back here.
Good afternoon. I am with Habitat for Humanity. And so my question for you basically is, as far as related to finance, if you can give any recommendations or guidelines for covering costs of infrastructure. We currently have a project that we have 20 plus homes that we are building, and we are facing a $1.5 million price tag for infrastructure, not including the cost of the homes. So I just wonder if there's any recommendations that you have for funding to put towards the cost of that infrastructure.
I assume that that's for me, since you were kind enough to hand me the microphone. We do, and our grant programs cover a wide variety of opportunities to support those types of efforts. So I would say, rather than getting into specifics, if you wouldn't mind popping over to the table, we can talk about some specific opportunities. Again, we have a kind of wide array of grant opportunities, and I'm sure that there's something that we can leverage to support.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank our panelists once again and give them a round of applause. And please go by their table. Thank you.
At this time, did anybody have any general questions, or did anyone have any questions for localities? There are some localities remaining. Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite Telly Tucker, the president of the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Telly Tucker. Thank you. Thank you for that. My name is Telly Tucker. I'm the president here at the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research, and I'm keenly aware that I stand between you and the opportunity to run out of here, right? Get on with your afternoons and the evening. The danger in coming last, and I guess the benefit is The 6 localities have put a $10,000 check underneath one of your seats. So if you look under your seats, I'm just kidding. Ken started sweating over here. He was nervous. He really was. No, my duty is to provide some closing remarks. And as we bring this Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit to a close, I want to start by first thanking each and every one of you for your time, thanking you for sticking around. I want to thank you for participating and being engaged as well. The insights shared today, the conversations have sparked, and I think will continually spark collaboration. That's the goal. It's been incredibly valuable, not only for this event, but also for the future of our region. And it's truly a privilege to spend the day with such a dedicated group of professionals and community leaders, all working toward the common goal of improving the housing landscape in Southern Virginia. Before we reflect on the themes we discussed today, I'd like to first extend a few special thanks. First, to our elected leaders, many of you are still here, and our local elected officials and representatives as well from the localities throughout Southern Virginia and the Commonwealth. I want to thank you for taking your time to be here. Similarly, your leadership and commitment are crucial to the success of this region. Housing is an issue that spans all aspects of community development, and your support plays an essential role in driving positive change. Next, to the sponsors who made this event possible, special thanks to Virginia Housing, our premier sponsor, for your leadership and unwavering support to this important cause. I'm also happy to recognize the companies who joined IALR as presenting sponsors. Many of you are here, just wave your hand. Dewberry, the Lester Group, and PLDR Law. And thanks to the multitude of other partners, including the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance, who stepped up to sponsor this summit and help advance regional housing solutions. Your support is truly appreciated and vital to the success of this event. We're also grateful to all of our outstanding speakers. Thank you each for sharing your expertise, your vision, your passion. Your insights have added both depth and dimension to today's conversation. The challenges we face in residential housing require innovative, forward-thinking solutions, and I'm confident that the information you've contributed will help guide us towards a better future in this region. I'd also like to take a moment to thank and recognize the hardworking teams behind the scenes, the dedicated staff both at the Danville Housing and Development Office and the Danville Office of Economic Development and Tourism. Thank you. Organizing an event of this scale and significance takes an incredible amount of work, effort, coordination, and attention to detail. From logistics to outreach, your hard work has ensured that this summit was not only a success, but a catalyst for real progress. I also want to express my gratitude to the summit organizers for choosing IALR as the venue for today's event. It's an honor to be able to host this type of summit, and we take great pride in providing a space where ideas and partnerships can flourish. The mission of this summit, to ignite a spark of innovation and progress within the residential housing landscape, resonates deeply with IALR's own mission. Our mission at IALR is to serve as a regional catalyst for economic transformation, and we all know housing plays such a critical role in economic transformation. Housing's not just a standalone issue, it's a fundamental pillar that supports the economic, social, and community growth we all strive for. Because without adequate, diverse, and affordable housing, it's impossible to achieve the kind of dynamic and thriving economy that we envision here in Southern Virginia. Just consider for a moment the broader role that housing plays in the regional economic development. It's more than just a place to live. It's about building strong, resilient communities. It's about providing opportunities for individuals and families to plant roots, build their futures, and contribute to the economic vitality of their surroundings. Housing is where workforce development, business growth, and community stability intersect. We've heard today about various opportunities our region faces, from housing growth and success stories to regional opportunities for development, and from state financial resources to federal historic tax credits. These are opportunities to think creatively, to collaborate across sectors, and to develop strategies that will position Southern Virginia as a leader in addressing housing needs. Housing is vital to the future we all want to create, a future where businesses thrive, where talent is attracted and retained, where families can live, work, and play, and communities that they're all proud to call home. At IALR, we see housing as a critical component of our overall strategy for regional transformation, and it aligns directly with our strategic goals. One, of serving as Virginia's go-to partner for education and workforce development. 2, acting as a center of excellence for education and workforce development. 3, ensuring a globally competitive business ecosystem. A robust housing market is essential to achieving those goals. High-tech companies and growing industries need a strong talent base to thrive, and that talent base needs access to housing that meets a range of needs, both from affordable options for new workforce entrants to premium options for executives and professionals relocating in our region. We here at ILR are focused on driving collaboration and making human capital investments to maximize our impact. This is where we believe our 5 divisions come into play. And as they are designed to support the region's division, they each play a supporting role of our mission of advancing economic transformation. So whether it's our advanced learning team that focuses on education and workforce development, to applied research that includes partnerships with industry, government, and academia, exploring technologies that could revolutionize biotechnology and controlled environment agriculture, or whether it's economic development in collaboration with Southern Virginia Regional Alliance, VEDP, and the localities that are represented here today, or whether it's our manufacturing advancement division that supports local manufacturers and helping them remain competitive in a global market. Or lastly, but certainly not least, or whether it's our conference center that provides an important role in bringing people together, stakeholders from across the region, across the state, to discuss critical issues like housing. As you can see, each of these divisions play a role in supporting ILR strategic goals, and by extension, the needs of Southern Virginia. By working across all of these divisions, we are committed to fostering an environment where businesses can thrive, families can settle, and communities can grow. Housing is a critical piece of this puzzle. So as we conclude today's summit, I encourage all of you to take the ideas, the insights, the inspiration that we've gathered here in this place today and carry them forward into your work, your communities, and into your collaborations. The future of Southern Virginia depends on it. Together, we can ensure that housing isn't just a challenge to overcome, but an opportunity to build a brighter, more prosperous future for all. So thank you again for your time, for your commitment to this region, and for being a part of this important conversation today. I look forward to continuing to work together in the months and years ahead as we strive to make Southern Virginia a place where innovation, progress, and opportunity thrive. Once again, thank you for being here. This concludes our program for today. Safe travels for those of you who are leaving.